make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does
Oh!
the damage.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This, of course, is our second Super Weekend and also our second day in the Super Weekend. So we are about to get into some pretty exciting gameplay. Of course, my name is EK. With me is Esproxy, and we are going to be taking you through the action here today. Now, Esproxy, how are you feeling today?
You know, that intro video always gets me hyped. I mean, between the adverts, the intro videos, I'm always just like, yeah, let's go. It's Super Weekend, day number 2, and the action is just starting. Again, I love how we're seeing some of these teams really making a statement and giving us a couple of surprises along the way.
Yeah, a lot of surprises that we've been seeing so far come through from the teams, and we're expecting and hoping to see several more of those surprises continuing to make their way up on towards the battlefield. But before we go anywhere, of course, we have to take a quick look at our participating teams. So we can see these are our 16 teams that have made it through in towards the Super Weekend, in case you missed out as to who we have participating here. But here we have the whole entire list of those teams, and we can see everyone, of course, having themselves represented. We've got Lusail, Virtual Gaming, Cryptics, we've got the players there from Slime, we've got Team Mist, we have Intruder, as well as G3, Zero Tolerance, Darkness, 1 Million Esports, we've got YONKOUS, we've got the players from Unique, as well as Blackjack, then also Team Umbra, Masters Esports, and then, of course, the players coming through from the side there of the Super Young Stars. Now, we've been seeing these teams duking it out over the 5 games of yesterday, and today they are presented with 5 more opportunities to rank in even more of those points. As we can see, of course, it is Super Weekend time, so that means 16 teams are going to be duking out, looking to see who will be able to walk away with those winner-winner chicken dinners, playing it out across our 5 matches, and that, of course, happening over the span of 3 days. Today, marking that midway point. So once we get into match 3 today, that is smack dab center of Super Weekend. And hopefully the teams have put enough efforts in to kind of see where they could finish up on that overall leaderboard. And of course, one of the ways that they are going to be looking to improve their positions on the leaderboard is through utilizing this point structure. Now, we've seen the teams, and in fact, also this point structure around for a little bit of time now, so we know what it is. It starts off with 15 points being awarded to that winner-winner chicken dinner position, and then it trickles down all the way down to those 0 placement points for teams landing in between that 13th and 16th position, and of course, the ever-essential 1 point per eliminations. And as we know, it is Super Weekend, so those chicken dinners taste a little bit extra nice, right? There's $22,500 spread out through the 45 games during the Super Weekends, each of those, of course, being worth $500. So a nice little chunk of change coming through there for the teams. And as we saw, looking at the results so far coming through from Super Weekend, a few teams really adding quite an additional bit of bank into the amount of money that they are going to be walking away. We also saw there that the league stage does award each of the participating teams $1,500. So definitely a good push to make. And that is, of course, aside from where they finish up in towards the finals, should they be one of the teams that make it through onto that stage.
Yeah, so that is the hope. Unfortunately, 3 of the teams will not be joining us for the finals, so they really have to make sure that they're going to qualify, that they're going to put their best foot forward, and hopefully adapt to the competition that the rest of the teams are throwing at their faces. Now, of course, first day of Super Weekend, week number 2, done and dusted. We had a few teams obviously stepping up to the plate, Intruder and, of course, Virtual Gaming, the 2 new teams to join us this weekend. And look, it was close. It was really close for some of the teams. There was a few shining moments coming on through. And again, the rest of the competition is constantly shifting and changing. You know, when you go into these super weekends, it's the same 16 teams. They're not going to shift. The groups aren't going to change. As we saw in the format there, they know the competition they're dealing with, especially after the first day. And so when you come through into the second day, you know, I guess if we can give them the first 5 games to sort of adapt and get used to what they have to deal with, well, that's gone. Second day comes through, third day comes through, and it's going to be absolutely chaos.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely chaos. But one thing that is not going to be chaos is, of course, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, yeah, we've seen a lot of teams really stepping up if we look at just what we saw happening on the battlefield yesterday with an absolutely insane tap boom to finish off our final game there of the day. That, of course, being that chicken dinner being brought in at the hand of the players coming through from the side of Cryptics. But as per usual, let's hop over in towards our schedule just to remind the viewers what our map rotation is going to be. Of course, we are going to be starting over on towards Erangel, having Erangel in the middle, and then, of course, ending the day off with a little bit of Erangel as well, and working in a little bit of that Miramar and Sanhok action right in between, right? Just to make sure that we've got a nice amount of balance. You know, just as long as the teams start getting everything working, then we throw a bit of a Miramar spanner in the works, and then we repeat that process once again with a little bit of that Sanhok action coming through. So far, the teams have had pretty much the same amount of practice coming through during league play on both Erangel and Sanhok, or Miramar rather, and Sanhok. So it's quite interesting to see how the teams bring those dynamics through over on towards the battlefield after the second week of league play now being concluded.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a few teams really favoring, you know, either that Miramar or that Sanhok. I mean, in terms of Erangel, I feel like we've had a very good balance coming through. Obviously, we still have the heavy hitters right to the top of the scoreboard who generally do pick up the more consistent set of points. But I feel like there's still plenty of opportunity for teams to take their winner chicken dinners on Erangel. I mean, it's the map that's been around for the longest, as we know, bread and butter. It is the map that you know like the back of your hand. So teams have the opportunity really to find themselves on equal footing and hopefully find themselves a little bit of those points. But Sanhok and Miramar, just that little change that comes through, maybe to reset the teams, maybe for the teams who are struggling, getting into that close quarter combats there on Sanhok, maybe resetting on Miramar and taking those long distance approaches. It really helps to see how the teams adapt to that. And like you said, we've had 1 week where it was Miramar heavy, we've had 1 week now where it was Sanhok heavy, but again, unfortunately, we throw the stats from those maps out the window because League Play versus Super Weekend, you can't even compare the two. Again, my black book is still sitting in the garden somewhere. I think it's gone now. Not sure. Maybe I can find it one day. But either way, we're going to look to see what the teams are going to be bringing today. And I feel like we've had some really stand-up performances, especially from the teams that have to kind of pick it up and get those points.
Yeah. Well, like for me, for today, I'm hoping to see a few more of those tap boom plays coming through, but also I want to see Virtual Gaming and Intruder Africa step it up, right? They've had yesterday now to try and accustom them to get accustomed to what the stakes are or what the level of pressure is coming into Super Weekend. Now we'd like to see them potentially flourish, right? They have that opportunity starting today, at least in my opinion, starting today, showing us what they've got. They've got 5 maps to bring in the required points to just try and elevate their current positions coming in on that leaderboard. And currently, of course, we do know that the gap between the players from Intruder and Triple Esports, the gap is closing, right? They're definitely starting to get their way closer and closer to that position. Currently, they are sitting on about what that is. That is 45-point difference. So that could still be brought in today, should they have some really fantastic days or games rather. And of course, the same can be said for the players coming through from the side there of Virtual Gaming. If they step up, we could maybe see them bring in a few more points. So let's hope that the RNG gods smile down upon them today with regards to drop locations, zone shifts, rotations, and just general PUBG action.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've seen what these teams can really accomplish over Super Weekend. I mean, coming through in that first Super Weekend, we had Team Myth picking up 198 points, just 2 away from that nice even 200. So, I mean, if you can imagine that is sort of the bar that we're raising, and that's where the teams are going to be looking at to try and catch up. So when you take a look at that overall rankings, you can kind of get an idea of how much the teams really have to push the envelope if they want to catch up, if they want to close that gap. So of course, here it is. We can also see that beautiful count of the winner chicken dinners. I mean, it's really looking quite congested there towards the top 5.
Yeah, but that's what we love to see, right? We want to see the contention. We want to see the teams being put to the test. And taking into consideration, yes, this is after 20 games. But as you pointed out, Team Myth bringing in 198 points in their first Super Weekend. This time around, they've only been able to acquire 19 points in the past 5 games that we saw them playing in just yesterday. So that does open up quite a vast realm of possibilities for the teams sitting on those lower positions, right? Now, it could be quite fantastic for them, but they have to step up and try and grab all the potential opportunities that could be coming their way. As we see the players sitting over on towards the second page, but particularly lower down on that second page. That is where you don't necessarily want to be sitting at the end of the Super Weekend, because again, there's no guarantee that you'll be returning into that third and final Super Weekend. So you got to bring everything to the table, everything but the kitchen sink.
Well, maybe the pan. We do know the
Yeah.
pan helps you out sometimes. But again, yeah, definitely an opportunity. Of course, Triple Esports not playing the Super Weekend. That's why you can see they're only stuck on 15 games, with Intruder Africa and Virtual Gaming making an appearance now. So for the rest of those teams, they are looking to close that gap as much as they possibly can. Of course, Virtual Gaming not quite yet having the success that we would hope they would have. We want some of those devastating performances to come through and just absolutely shoot them up the rankings board, but it's not up to us. It's up to the players, and they need to be the ones to really push the envelope. Either way, though, I think it's still very possible, both for both Virtual Gaming and for Intruder. There's still 2 days worth of games for them to just catch up towards 78 points when we've had other teams get 198. I mean, if we do the math there, there's definitely a huge possibility. And again, next Super Weekend, 3 teams are going to have to sit out. Who those 3 teams are, well, let's hope today they get themselves enough points.
Yeah. I mean, and it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of opportunities to come from this, and definitely a kind of strategy that we could be looking to for the players of Intruder Africa, or even potentially Virtual Gaming, would be to try and deal with the teams positioned immediately above them as quickly as they possibly can on those maps, right? But also, we want to see, if we look at what Virtual Gaming was doing yesterday, for instance, on one of our Erangel games, they got caught up in that exchange with the players there from Team Unique. Now, they did win the engagement, but I would rather have seen them move away, repositioning a little bit further into a more secure position. That way, ensuring that they finish even stronger, come back not only with eliminations, but also then having those placement points to add in alongside them. Because we know it's Super Weekend time. Each and every point that you can find is going to be absolutely essential. So the idea would be to try and secure those later finishes, right? Making your way as deep into those last zones as you possibly can. So I want to see what strategies the teams are going to be looking to apply this time around, and how exactly they're going to be looking to find themselves in those situations to get those setups for those later phases.
Yeah, look, I can understand, the eagerness to get those points, and I can understand the eagerness to get some team eliminations done and dusted, because we know you don't want to be in those 16 to 13 teams that go back to the lobby with 0 placement points. So let's start, chipping away at the competition. I get that, absolutely. But like you said, it comes down to that decision when, is this actually worth it? Is this engagement going to help us, or actually give us a detriment going into the next phase? Because as we know, rotations are huge. We've obviously, from that first Super Weekend, we saw that structure jumping on back to the rest of the teams as we were having huge zone migrations with the teams, as we've come to expect. They're going to, really place importance on those rotations as they need to, because the first teams that get themselves set up are the first teams that can sit and gatekeep. They can wait for the other teams to try and make their rotations, and then bam, 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 we've got some eliminations. So it's huge importance here for the teams to understand When do we engage? When do we disengage? When do we focus on what?
Mm.
It's those decision-making skills. And that comes through from a lot of experience from the other teams. Of course, we know, I mean, a team like Cryptics, they made it up all the way to the top. And now they're looking to bring that experience here for the rest. But they've had some competition. The rest of the teams are also raising the bar and bringing it. They're dialing it in. So all of the teams, constant adaptation. That's going to be the theme, and that's going to be the key to them coming back to the next Super Weekend and potentially the finals.
I mean, you were talking about the players there from Cryptics finding some difficulty, right? So one of the players that stand out for me was, for instance, our Miramar match of yesterday, right? Cryptics right there at the end came rushing up in towards G3. G3 just stood there, Buden, holding that position on the staircase. And as the players then from Cryptics came rushing on forward, just strafed in and out, just dealing with them. And again, I was convinced that was in the bag for Cryptics, just looking at the way that they were moving in. And this is what we love to see, right? Even when we are nearly 100% convinced that things are going to go a specific way based on what we've seen so far, the teams keep on surprising us, but we'd love to see even more of those surprises continuing to make their way on towards the battlefield. Ideally, the surprises we want to see are surprises that are beneficial for the teams bringing the surprise, right? It's not something we want to have to their detriment. We want to see these teams improve their positions on the standings. So we want to see them make it through Super Weekend after Super Weekend, and with that, potentially aligning themselves with a slot moving through in towards the finals. That, in my opinion, would be the goal. Is it realistic? I'll say yes, because I said it. So I'll just go with it for now. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what the teams will bring. And of course, we also got to give a few shout outs to our sponsors as well. Got to give a big shout out there to Oppo. So upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, of course, we are getting ready to move into our very first Erangel here on day 2 of the second Super Weekend. Now, a surprising performance starting it off just yesterday. I'm expecting things to kind of continue down that trend, right? The team so far just really keeping us guessing, and I think we're going to kind of keep guessing, particularly coming into today, because I feel today is such an important day with where it is situated within the Super Weekend. Because we know, as we said, first day is the litmus day, teams testing the water, trying to see where they are. Day 2 is where they try then apply the strategies from what they could have learned coming in from that first day. And then, of course, day 3 is where they just look to try and solidify those points even more. So I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing forward and just who's going to be the first team to step up to walk away with a winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. It's going to be that pivotal point for many of the teams. This is where they decide, are they going to move forward with these strategies? Are they going to move forward with the points? Are they going to move forward into the next week with a good set of points that can really work as a buffer zone coming back in? Because we know it's not guaranteed that you're going to be coming back for that third Super Weekend. It's not guaranteed at all that you're coming back for the finals. The only way you can do that is to make sure that you really start packing on the points. And I mean, like, get yourself a couple hundred, because you're not going to be safe otherwise. The competition is so tight, and it's what we've come to expect with PMPL Africa 2022. So hopefully, starting us off with Erangel, the teams are ready to dial it in.
Well, I'm also ready, right? I'm sitting here on the edge of my chair waiting. You can't see me right now, but believe me, we're here, we're watching. Obviously, you can hear us speaking to as well. But, well, we're starting it off also with a relatively interesting flight path coming in. As we can see, kicking us off all the way from that multi-power position, moving across onto wood shelter. So, I think this is where a flight path for a team, for instance, like the Super Young Stars, we know that likes to frequent the position closer on towards Primorsk, are going to be looking to potentially maybe rotate into that position, but I don't think that's where they are going to be dropping down. And also looking a little bit further on towards that kind of Georgia Ball region, I'm curious to see where Cryptics are going to be deciding to pop out for this one. Are we going to see them move up into up in towards that Georgia Ball region and then deploy themselves moving down towards that southern side, or are they going to try and maybe come in with a little bit of a different approach? At least for the time being, it seems like it is straight down to Georgia Ball for them.
A nice little bit of a spread coming through. And once again, I like that Intruders have, redone that setup and they've changed it up. Now that zone pulling a little bit more towards that English is hard today, southwestern side of Erangel. So we've got Ferropia still involved. We've still got the military base involved. Still plenty of opportunities for teams, like you said, super young stars who do frequent Promosk or Quarry. Looks like they might have to take a little bit of a longer rotation to that point indeed. But for the rest, it seems a little bit standard. We're seeing the teams going to their usual favorites. We're not seeing some huge engagements just yet. Maybe Umbra and YONKOUS might have something to say about that. So I'm not sure, maybe even Zero Tolerance and Myths, but we'll see how those rotations come through. Generally, we've had some good respect coming through, especially with the first few games in the Super Weekend days. Especially yesterday, we had quite a peaceful Erangel on one of the games that we saw, at least for the beginning part, which is nice to see. It's nice to see the teams, allowing that respect, allowing that loot phase to come to fruition, and then really taking each other on at their best kits. So, as we take a look at it, plenty of opportunities here, and it's weird to see Masters now being the only team that is going Military Island, at least for now.
Yeah, but that's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But what's also interesting is to see the players here from Virtual Gaming, right? They have now decided to rather return back to Lipovka instead of dropping up in towards Severny, where, it's a little bit risky. So, yeah, a good decision being made here by Virtual Gaming, rather moving to a position like Lipovka. We know that it is going to be an uncontested drop spot for them. As we know, the rest of the teams, they all have their locations kind of locked in as to where they go. So hoping to see a little bit more of a consistent starting point coming through for the players there from Virtual Gaming, because we know that they were able to do that, particularly coming through on League Play.
Oh, yeah.
But we are still to see that same kind of performance we had in League Play being reflected here in towards the Super Weekend, because they showed their abilities, right? They were like, come on, we are a team that are gonna just come in absolutely swinging with the aggression right out the gate, and they had some pretty strong games as well. But we have not seen that in the Super Weekend just yet. I mean, and it's evident because they are currently sitting on 14 points. We know that they are capable of finding so many more. So I'm really hopeful that today is the day in which we see the players there from Virtual Gaming finding those much-deserved points.
Yeah, no, I would also hazard a guess that they're feeling the same way, DK. They obviously want to catch up and close the gap of points that they're looking at there towards the scoreboard. I mean, it is tough for a team having to come back into Super Weekend or come through for the first time, and now having to really just chase the points, chase the gap that has been left by the rest of the teams that have already had an opportunity to play the first 15 sets of games. So, I mean, first day, we gave it to them. We said, okay, you're dipping your toes into the water. You're getting, sort of adapted to the playstyle that's coming through on Super Weekend, because we know Super Weekend versus League Week, very, very, very different playstyles and a very different focus. Of course it is, because not only is it points, but it is those juicy winner chicken dinners. So, because of that, we do see teams generally being a little bit more aggressive, looking for those earlier eliminations. And I mean, the third parties yesterday, oh, they were disgusting. They were absolutely disgusting. You would think that Erangel was every single Sanhok, even Miramar. Even Miramar, of all maps, had third party after third party pretty much right out of the gate. So, beautiful opportunity for teams that are able to deal with those quick-paced plays. They can come through and they can really capitalize. And for the most part, we thought that's Virtual Gaming. So, we'll see if they can prove that starting today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a chain fighting day of note, and it was so beautiful to see. But that makes me so hopeful for today. Maybe we'll see an entirely different dynamic coming through, or teams looking to just build on what we had happening just yesterday. Only time, of course, will tell what exactly these teams are looking to accomplish here today. But seeing that we do have that blue zone now starting to close on through, the teams will start to make their rotations inwards, heading up in towards the zone. And of course, looking at the current positioning, the players there from the Super Young Stars find themselves relatively smack dab center zone over on towards that western bridge. And as you pointed out before, the Masters, or rather the players from Masters Esports, I call them the masters of military, right? But it's going to be interesting to see what their strategy is going to be to try and rotate off of that island if they do decide to do that, because G3, they are encroaching that on towards that eastern bridge, so they are looking to set up a bit of a bridge camp on that front, and then of course the Super Young Stars over on towards that western front. So military base access is going to be very, very limited, at least for the most part.
Yeah. And at least for now, they don't yet have to make that decision because Zone still has to shift on through. We'll see how it's really going to come to play. Maybe it might be throwing a wrench in the works for the rest of the teams. I mean, just imagine if it shifts all the way to military base, that would be hilarious. But we'll see how it's going to come through. I still think there's plenty of opportunities here for the teams to find a good set of spots here. I mean, Quarry and Gatka relatively unscathed, and teams still have a pretty open area towards that western side. But again, looking at the northeast, where we are seeing majority of the teams migrating on through, it's looking quite stacked. I mean, especially coming through from the east, we've got, the usual suspects there towards Farm and Milta, of course, being 1 million and G3 Temper. Now Intruders coming through from Milta Power might have to face them off, depending on how far they're going to take this engagement. And of course, Slypehawk AT, Unique, Lusail, Cryptics are basically on the zone, so they're fine. And Virtual Gaming coming through from Lepovko. So that northern side, it's going to be fun. It's definitely going to be fun, and that's really where we want to see the teams hopefully finding the easiest and safest way through, because no one wants to be going out first. No one wants to be those first three teams that drop, with bubbles replacements.
Yeah, and already we do see the players there from Intruder now just looking to advance their position even more so as they start rolling up towards this eastern bridge. But already a very spread out approach coming through here from the side of G3. We see Flacco, Nacho holding their positions, keeping a very watchful eye, showing a lot of trigger discipline, not looking to be too quick to react. But I'm pretty sure that Intruder Africa are well aware of the possibility of G3 being right here, because I mean, looking at the way that they are kind of taking this approach, it's still a very, very cautious approach, but they don't want to try and expose themselves unnecessarily, just holding on to those ridge lines. Raouf just rolling up in the vehicle, not budging. He's just like, let's just wait and see what happens here.
Sneaky. Looking for a little bit of something here. And of course, Darkness and Blackjack Esports have found each other just a little bit north there of 1 million Esports. So that might be a little bit of a fun one. Potato Hill is going to be looking a little bit spicy here, of course, and that contention is still rising. Now, one player being confirmed, and G3 Temper still just laying in wait in the grass, just watching to see what Intruders are doing. They're just like, this is an interesting one. Haven't seen someone taking a rotation like this in a while, so that's definitely going to be fun. So that zone pool, DK. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, it's just a very comfortable shift, right? Nothing too crazy, nothing too insane. It is going to allow the teams to continue to move a little bit further on towards that more centralized region, as that is kind of a trend we've been seeing develop as of late. In the beginning, we did see a lot of the teams just kind of staying onto the edges, but now everyone is just like rushing forward up in towards the party. And speaking about the party, of course, a lot of party breaking coming through here. Not even that's a word, but here it is. Intruder now looking to kind of apply that pressure on towards the side here of G3, with Nacho also just on their knees up ahead. Buden up along that vehicle, and this is such an aggressive play coming through here from Intruder Africa, but it's a good start. This would be what we want to see. We want to see teams looking to change up those dynamics, and Flacco now just trying to put a little bit of distance, looking to play a little bit of a longer game. Buden now, of course, is going to get rushed, as we can see Potato, Hemo, the whole squad now just moving forward. But this is where I'm curious to see what Flacco is going to be looking to do, as it does seem like he's looking to prioritize that position up into towards zone. Meanwhile, leaving Buden to get taken down by such a beautiful nade coming through there from Hemo.
Yeah, look. I mean, what do you do in that situation? Oh, that was sneaky. Oh, no, that was a team nade. Oh. I thought Buden just dropped one before he went down. But okay, it's fine. They're going to be able to reset. Flacco has completely just gone out of the water and decided, no thank you, I'm not getting involved with this. Let's at least go for a couple of placements here in the first game. Look, G3, they've picked up a huge set of points. They're not by any means desperate for points. I mean, they're sitting in third place with 187. They're right. They can afford to have a couple of games like this. So not stressed by them. Unique did push Lusail out of their comfort zone and specifically out of Georgia pool. We did see a little bit of contention there. I was worried that there was going to happen, having something happen there towards the zone, but for the time being, Lusail managing relatively to disengage, and the rest of the teams now having to make their way in. We can see it's just Lusail and Team Unique who are still in the blue, but they're very close. Don't worry about it. I know you see it, but don't worry. Rest of the teams now shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, it's that eastern side is just spicy.
Yeah, particularly with Potato Hill being kind of in play there as well. We've got Darkness, we've got Slime 4KT, we've got Blackjack, all just hovering around that region, but also a little bit like up towards that almost northern side of Center Zone, as we were looking at just now, was the players there from Myth as well as YONKOUS. But now, right back over on towards Potato Hills, we can see Slime 4KT and Darkness about to get into a little bit of a potential fight here. And we did see some really good success happening within this region just yesterday. But now it comes down to who's going to be the first team to budge. Will it be the players here from 4KT looking to now rush forward on towards Darkness, or will we see a little bit of an aggressive defensive play potentially coming through there from the side of the Darkness team? But, well, time will have to tell as we see that zone now getting ready to pop once again. And if it moves down south, it could be an absolutely beautiful setup coming through for the Super Young Stars as well as the players there from Masters Esports. But it is heading straight up in towards Pachinki. Now, Lusail coming through with their rotation could actually find a beautiful controlling position. But also, where Myth and YONKOUS currently are situated, that could also be some pretty prime real estate right there. And we actually saw one of our zones finishing within this region just yesterday.
Yeah, so you can see the two teams now duking it out here for control of this hilltop. They want to make sure that they've got prime real estate moving into the next zone shift. Of course, still have a full representation of all of the squads. I mean, G3, the only team really down to a solo, but now Team Myth trying to hold the line. You can see Super Young Stars just rotating off in the distance. Might not be getting involved just yet. For the time being, it's going to be YONKOUS and Myth having to just pull in their focus and potentially take one another out. Who's it going to be? Of course, the push coming on through, and all of a sudden, YONKOUS Havlik finding Broly. Myth really under the pressure here. As we can see, some beautiful shots making their way, but not quite yet connecting for the time being, as YONKOUS just cautiously taking this. They don't want to expose themselves just yet. And of course, we know it was third-party central on Erangel yesterday. So Team Myth, they must be knowing what's going on here.
Yeah, but I'm liking this approach going through from the side of YONKOUS. Just looking so confident as they move on forward. But a little bit of hesitation there as GG next tries to turn around. Down goes NNN7 as well. So Ramsey really just coming through with some absolutely phenomenal hits. And the tables now just getting flung out the window, not even getting turned. As YONKOUS now down to only Lewis, and Lewis now is just like, no, it's fine. I'll just go look for something a little bit further down the hill, while the rest of his team now all have, having their bags packed for them. And this is a little bit of a worrying play, but it's okay. YONKOUS, they're still alive, right? They're still in it. We still have all 16 teams left. But I'm liking to the rotations that we are having coming through now, right? We did see the players here from Cryptics as well. Just a little bit further up ahead, starting to move in from that western side. Team Unique right behind the players from Cryptics. But center zone up towards Pachinki. We're seeing a big concentration of teams now starting to pull into that region. And this time around, a lot of those hill positions on the outskirts of Pachinki being utilized. And not so many teams actually venturing up into Pachinki itself.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely looking stacked. And what's also looking very interesting is Team Unique now just pulling up on the outskirts of the zone, looking dead to rights towards Cryptics, who are just holding, bunkering down, waiting for this next shift to come on through. And I mean, I do like that we are seeing once again a good spread of teams. They're not quite yet, jumping into the absolute chaos, which I love to see. Unfortunately, YONKOUS and G3 Temper now down to solos, so they're going to hopefully just hold the line, rat it out maybe, and stay alive. That zone shift, though, we've seen that shift before. And I do remember Cryptics coming through from the similar direction, having a fantastic one-on-one with Slime 4KT and actually managing to clutch it out. So as they pull in right along Team Myth, this could be a big one.
Yeah, it definitely could be a big one. But of course, Lewis is going to be the first one to potentially feel the grunt of that pressure coming through. But also now Team Unique, as they come rushing on forward, you can see, just some devastating hits coming through. Senke actually getting downed by Lewis. So beautiful solo play coming through for the side of YONKOUS. But now Marshall getting rushed as Unique looks to dial up the pressure. Oh, synchronized grenade sending. It is so beautiful. Looks like flares all over the place. But of course, you got to be very watchful of Marshall, who could pop up in your window at any point of time. And with that, Marshall, of course, now gets traded right on down. And Cryptics now down to Carry Boy and Lazy Boy.
Oh, I mean, they're just not having the best of luck at all, because not only is Lewis getting involved, Team Myth now also threw a couple of shots in their way. Like you said, Carry Boy and Lazy Boy, the last two here for Cryptics, but for how long? Again, Lewis, what are you doing? Just absolutely pulling everyone towards his direction, saying, hey, I know I'm solo, I don't care, all right? I'm going to pick up my eliminations, I'm going to get a couple of points, but now Team Myth looking to get that final confirmation. They were the ones that put it down to Lewis in the first place. Oh, they're going to get that... Yes, they are. Oh, no, actually, it's Unique. Okay, you know, third parties. Let's go. Bring it in.
Yeah, and we see those vehicles being utilized as well. And what a beautiful show it has been so far. I mean, Team Lusail, they just running over people all over the place. But of course, we did see G3 Temper also now getting sent on back. YONKOUS finally making their way back up in towards the lobby, as it did turn out, you know, Lewis could already cause so much carnage. But now, as we look onto even more carnage unfolding right here on the edge of the blue zone, it is going to be Boyka trying to just rush on forward. Storm, the last remaining hopeful now for the side here of Slime for KT, but a very devastating stand being made by Slime. But this is where Boyka is facing quite a bit of a challenge, rotating up straight towards the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming. Of course, they've heard quite a few of those engagements come in, but now Boyka needs to try and play this one. Right, we did see what Solos can do. Lewis being a good showing of that, but look at that nade. Absolutely pinpoint. Petrox. Give that man another nade. He did so beautifully with that one.
Oh, what did you say yesterday? Tick, tick, boom. Coming on through. Lusail out for the count. And we're down to 13 teams remaining in this one. Darkness are also getting involved with Team Myth as those rotations keep on coming through. The northern side, once again, still looking absolutely stacked. Masters, huge rotation that they had to actually make to get up into the situation. And now they're going to be finding themselves up against 1 million, who are a little bit spread out here. It's only Knight that is a little bit isolated for the time being and won't be able to get involved just for the time yet. But Bamboo now getting confirmed. So technically a 3v3, well, 3v2.5 is what we're looking at here between 1 million and Masters, unless that res can pop off like it just did. But again, you can take this engagement. Absolutely. But look who's watching you. Look who's just lying in wait in the back line, ready to just throw a couple of, lead bullets right to your face.
Yeah, and of course, there's going to be a lot more lead being exchanged here as that zone has now moved up right into that beautiful open space between all the teams. As we can see, it is going to be towards those open fields, and this time around, there won't be any compounds aside from the one relatively close to where Team Myth is right now. So they are very likely going to rotate into that position, looking to set up a bit of a position from there on. But down in towards the fields, this is where we are going to be seeing some I want to say some brutality, right?
Mm-hmm.
It also may be a bit of a slaughter. I don't know, because there's not a lot of options to play here. But at least for the time being, we do see those hay bales being a potential option. But whether the teams are going to be looking to move into those positions, we don't know just yet. Of course, we also see in the feed that Intruder just came rushing down on towards Slime for KT. The players there from Cryptics now also making their way back in towards the lobby as they met up with Umbra along the way. But Myth in a very interesting position, right? They have that little compound, but they also have the high ground position here.
Oh, absolutely. We do see the first couple of teams now finding their success in towards the zone, but Darkness not finding a lot of anything else, unfortunately, down to Tornado and Manuel, who are desperately trying to stay alive in this, but they're getting a little bit sandwiched, and that does seem to be an opportunity here for the rest of the teams now to just pick up those eliminations, while the duo of Darkness, hopefully, for the time being, can stay alive and just creep on through, get into safety. We'll see what happens here, but Myth, beautiful line of sight. Super Young Stars, Team Umbra, everyone just getting involved.
Oh, it looks so beautiful to see everyone just having to rush the one forward. But this is where Myth is in such a fantastic position, right? They can just sit up here, utilize the heck out of their angles. As you can see, Charla and a lot of the players coming through here from the side of the Super Young Stars, just running up into that defensive wall. It is now down to Cronboy, who takes aim right towards Shadowwind, who's frantically trying to push on in towards the zone. Down they go. Morteza also up ahead. It is absolutely insane as the teams continue to play. Umbra now getting sent back into the lobby. And potentially maybe the players here from the Super Young Stars could be following suit. But Convoy is going to try and make it difficult, at least for the time being, as a beautiful knock now comes through in retaliation onto Broly. But down they go as Ramsey comes through with that beautiful confirmation. And we are now down to only 7 teams here, is.
Yeah, and huge part thanks to Myth. They're running around now with 11 eliminations, as we do see Intruder now packing their bags and getting sent back. But Virtual Gaming, a team we've been wanting a little bit more of, now in an opportunity to take out none other than 1 million. It's only Knight standing in their way, but right behind them, of course, we know it's Myth. Rotations still have to be made. It's only Myth and Blackjack Esports that have a good line of sight into the zone. And Knight here, just trying to stay alive because there's a couple of nades just being flung right past their face. And unfortunately for them, the connection is there thanks to one shot. Now, Virtual Gaming, full squad, have a line of sight on towards zero tolerance, and they have a pathing into the zone. It's only Blackjack that could potentially, or Lelouch, that could potentially put up a bit of a fight here.
Yeah, we have seen those solo players really playing some devastating positions, but zero tolerance for the time being. They're going to try and potentially, well, lock down team here from Unique, but fortunately for Unique, we do see that whole southern rotational path being open, but they are going to be rolling straight up to alongside the players from Team Myth. But look at the scope, quickly just setting up a good position, taking angles on towards Skydo down below. Oh, there we go, finally pulls it through. That recoil being a little bit challenging at that range, but Hates and the squad here now from Zeroton's really going to try and bounce back from that play. Virtual Gaming still looking to be quite a bit of a thorn in the side here for all the teams concerned. And we can see vehicle explosions lighting up in the field. Hates now the final player for Zero Tolerance is going to be holding on to the foothill side. But up comes Unique now rushing forward, and this could be several more eliminations delivered on a platter for Team Myth.
Oh, they are looking to just capitalize and just keep on raking in those eliminations. But now one shot getting dangerously close, running up the hill as a little bit of a scout here for the rest of Virtual Gaming who are looking to get involved. And nades are being cooked. But where are they going to be sending? You're out in the open. Ramsey, beautiful line of sight here to work with. Now, the nade connecting. But come on, we need a little bit more. We need a little bit more of that Virtual Gaming action if we want to see Myth start to sweat. Because they still have this high rise. They still have the best position. They just need to hold the line.
Yeah, they need to hold the line, but Virtual Gaming, they are coming for them. They want that spot, and with that, down goes Ramsey as Alpha Luigi sends a beautiful one. One shot also getting traded off, but now the rush, the fight for the top of the hill is going to be coming through. Farouk Tarai now hold up the position alongside the tree, but down he goes. Bedrocks now trying to come through with a few hits of their own, but now it is down to Alpha Luigi and Zeus for the side of Virtual. Moment holding on to the very peak of this hilltop, but Zone now being wicked as it is, taking quite a hard shift down towards that southern side. So whoever succeeds in this engagement atop the hill will have to now try and find a way to rotate all the way back down that hill that they fought so hard for. Up comes the rush. The Zeus is looking to push on forward. Ramsey comes in with a beautiful hit. Alpha Luigi trying to push on through. Down he goes. Now it all turns to Bedrocks and One Shot, who both now have been raced on through. Moment and Ramsey trying to hold on to the high ground. But a quick reload coming through. One Shot trying to pull off that race. Down goes the head on towards Moment. Ramsey coming through with the rush. One shot super low on that health bar. He cannot really afford to get caught out, and down he goes. Beautiful rush coming in from Myth. 15 points on the board. And now we are down to 3 teams. Myth with 2 players potentially up. Winky, of course, now is going to come through to inspect the carnage on the top of the hill. But Hate, for Zero Tolerance, just going to be lying low, trying to evade, trying to stay completely undetected, at least for the time being.
Oh yeah, absolutely does not want to get involved, but we need to be careful. Unique, right up and close and personal, as Myth now make a large rotation all the way towards that southern side and might just spot Hates, which I don't think Scope knows about just yet. Otherwise, I think they'd be a little bit more frantic. But for the time being, we'll see. Momen might have a beautiful opportunity here. And if Hates can just keep staying and hidden, then this could be the one for Zero Tolerance. Now Myth down to only Ramsey.
Wow, I mean, Myth already looking so great, and now they're looking to close it up as they look to apply the pressure, but it is going to be the last remaining hopeful that gets taken out. Unique looking absolutely golden. Scope now exploring the vehicle, picking up the winner chicken dinner, and Unique coming in with the very first winner chicken dinner right here on our second day. We love to see this come through, and Team Unique just doing some absolutely fantastic things. That, of course, being their second winner chicken dinner right here in the Super Weekend.
Oh, we love to see it. And I mean, Team Unique now picking up some well-deserved points and really having a heavy focus on those rotations, you know, making sure that they're not unfortunately getting engaged and getting third parties. So they really had the best opportunity, the best pathing into that final zone. Really, really good stuff. But Virtual Gaming, hello, making a little bit of a stand here. We've been waiting for it. They get to those top 4 spots. I'm not sure how many eliminations they picked up, but it's definitely an opportunity for them to take a little bit of a wider leap up that leaderboard, maybe even catch up to Intruder, who is currently the closest team that they could catch up for the time being. Of course, we know still plenty of games that have to come on through. Woo, it's heating up.
But I love it. I mean, this is what we wanted to see for a team like Virtual Gaming, right? We wanted to see everything just going click today, right? Yesterday, we had a lot of tap, tap, boom. Today, we have click, click, click so far in the first match, right? And we want to see Team Virtual Gaming now just building on that even more so. But of course, a very big congratulations going out to the players there from Team Unique. That was such a beautiful, well-deserved winner chicken dinner coming through there from them. I mean, they just played those zones so aggressively. I mean, holding on to that high ground for the longest time, defending it from so many other teams that were trying to kind of push them out of that position. And they just decided, you know what? No, it's fine. It's fine. We're going to try and make our way, push up onto the high side, find a few hits, stay on the edges, just play up and down. And eventually, at the end of the match, they walked away with an absolutely crazy winner chicken dinner. But we also saw some heavy hitting plays come through. I mean, Team Myth also, we saw them raking in like over 15 eliminations. That's absolutely insane. Some really high numbers coming in right out of the gate already here for the start of day 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like we said, Team Myth, in that first Super Weekend, they were the team to pick up the most points. They were the team that really had such consistency with their placements. And of course, we had Cryptics coming on through and then showing a little bit more of that focus towards the eliminations. And that's, you know, where they started really catching up towards Myth. So after a game like this, I think, Team Myth is making a bit of a statement saying, hey, we were the first to get 4 winner chicken dinners. We're looking for a few more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely looking for a few more. And of course, let's look at a few of the highlights from this past match. Just to remind you of what a crazy start this was to our day 2. Beautiful PUBG coming through there once again. Some absolutely insane ways to kick off the day, right? So, I mean, that, in my opinion, sets the bar for today. And we saw yesterday that first match was absolutely popping off and things just kept on building from there. So I'm looking to see the exact same potentially happening here today. Of course, speaking about today, let's have a look at what the match standings are at the end of our very first match of the day.
Look, I think it's going to be surprising thanks to Team Myth picking up those huge elimination points. And as we can see, they actually find themselves in first, well, at least on the match rankings after a game like that. 25 total points. Team Unique, not far behind, picking up those 23. And it starts to filter down. But Virtual Gaming, I want to highlight them as well as Intruder Africa. You know, they're the two teams that have joined us for the first time in Super Weekend, picking up 14 and 11 points respectively. It's a good start. Keep it up, please.
Yeah, a very, very good start to the day here for them. And all they got to do is now just keep that ball rolling, keep the momentum moving forward. And if they continue doing on this trend, I mean, it could be a very satisfying day for them indeed. But we also now have to take a look at and see what that second page is going to be looking like. Of course, we know Blackjack, 1 million, and Darkness coming in with a 6 and 4 points respectively. And all of that mainly coming through from the placement points, with Darkness being able to have a majority elimination points coming through with regards of their total points for this match. But I do think looking at the second page is where it's going to be a little bit more interesting, because I'm pretty sure there's a few teams that got sent back a little bit sooner than they would have hoped to.
Yeah, look, there was a little bit of bad luck being spread along the side of, G3 Temper, even YONKOUS, who I thought were going to be taking the hill, but Myth, they were on a little bit of a tear of their own. So I'm not going to fault them for that. You know, if you're going up against a team that was looking to get 15 eliminations, it's okay. It makes sense. But again, Lewis at least finding that cheeky elimination there towards Cryptics does mean that they find themselves 1 point. It's only G3 Temper that is going to, run back to the next map with 0 points from this game. But again, they don't need them. They really don't. They're sitting on 187. They're fine. I don't think they need to worry about this one game. We'll see what happens for the rest of the weekend, of course. I mean, even Cryptics, some of the heavy hitters that we know are on the top of our overall leaderboard, they got hit hard here.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried about Cryptics, right? Because we've seen the kind of strategy that they approach the day with, right? So not only on the map do they try and avoid many of those early engagements, but it's usually around about that second to third match where we really see the aggression being dialed up from the side of Team Cryptic. So we will see those points still being raked on in a little bit later on today, at which point we don't know exactly, but it will start coming pretty soon. But I mean, definitely an absolutely fantastic start coming through there for the players of Intruder Africa, and of course the players from Virtual Gaming. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with a few extra chickens coming in, so a great way to kick off the day, also at the hand of the players there from Team Unique. But also we have to give a few shout outs as well. So we got to give a shout out there to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out towards them. But with that, we of course are also now going to be making our way into a quick break while we get ourselves ready for a little bit of that Miramar action. So be sure to stay tuned. I'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This is our second Super Weekend, and we are also now getting ready to move into our second match of the second day. Of course, that first match just absolutely on fire with the players there from Team Unique finishing off with quite a strong finish. But we also need to give a few shout outs to Oppo. So with the upgraded performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, we'd also love to hear what your guys' thoughts are as to who you think is going to be the team to walk away with a winner chicken dinner right here on Miramar. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. You can search for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa Facebook pages as well as Instagram. Tell us what your thoughts are. And in the meanwhile, while you let us know what you think, we are going to be making our way into our very own flight path here. As we can see, it's starting all the way over towards Monte Nuevo, heading up towards Tierra Bronca as well as Campo Militar, up in towards that northeastern side.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see where these teams are going to be dropping a little bit. I mean, we know Cryptics, they've had a few finishes there towards Chumacera, one of the first teams to normally make that rotation, and already seeing them going quite south. So it'll be interesting to see where they drop today. Maybe a few other changes might come through. I mean, I'm still expecting Picardo to be absolutely insane. We can see the Skittlespacks already making their migration that way, so we'll see what happens here. But overall, DK, I mean, any expectations going into this one?
Ooh, that is going to be an interesting one. Well, we know a map like Miramar is a map in which we see the players from G3 Temper just absolutely flourishing, right? But I'd like to see a change up with that coming through a little bit here today. In today's Miramar, right? Maybe Myth, maybe Virtual Gaming stepping up to the challenge because they already have a strong position starting it out in towards this first initial zone. So, yeah. That's kind of what I'm hoping to see. I'm hoping to see the players from Virtual Gaming and Intruder continuing to push on towards that leaderboard. And should either of them be one of the teams to pick up the winner chicken dinner here today, I think that would just be a lovely cherry on top. And of course, speaking about cherries on top, we've got the players here from Master Esports and Intruder up in towards Power Grid, but a very spread out approach coming in from the side of Masters Esports in particular. As we can see, they've only got one player holding up on towards that front line alongside the players here from the side of Intruder. So yeah, we know that teams like to come in with a little bit more of those split drops, but I'm curious to see what the strategy here is going to be, particularly for Masters, because Bamboo, we know Bamboo is a very capable player. They've really showcased that in the previous days, but a 1v3 is going to be a little bit of a tough play, especially in the early start of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I am keeping my eyes out there towards Team Umbra because, I mean, they're sitting in that top 9 spot, the only team without a winner chicken dinner. And Bamboo now, the only player from Masters, now feeling a little bit of a lead being thrown their way. So plenty of opportunities for both sides. Let's hope Bamboo get on out of there. I mean, looking at the rest of the team, rotations have to be made if they want to try and save their teammate. I don't see it happening. I mean, even now the pins are coming through. Weiss just around the corner is going to find it. So, yeah, no. I think for Masters, they're just going to have to leave Bamboo behind. We're sorry. The sacrifice has to come through.
Well, they don't have an option now, right? Bamboo heading out to go, prep the lobby for them. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it goes. And, I mean, it's not really surprising seeing that there was such a split drop coming through. The numbers really not working out in the favor there of Masters Esports, particularly over in towards Power Grid itself, right? We do see Sin and Angelo positioned over on towards the western side with the addition of Ban over towards the eastern side. So maybe they'll start condensing that position or plan some strategic attack or assault onto the players there from the side of Intruder. But, those strategies, the initial strategies might have taken a little bit of a knock, seeing that they've now been reduced down to 3. But of course, they can still bounce back from that. And speaking about bouncing back, we'd love to see the teams on these far outlying regions of the zone bouncing back up into zone, finding a good rotational path, and rotating up along that northern side could prove to be a little bit more challenging. And what's also going to be challenging now is Intruder that are going to come rushing straight towards Angelo and Sin.
Intruder looking for the rest of those eliminations that have been eluding them, of course, now being the rest of Masters Esports making their rotations on out of here because they do not want to keep dropping players right now. They need to focus on the rest of this game. They want to give themselves a bit of a better buffer coming on through, maybe even break into the top 9 with those winner chicken dinners. Like I said, in terms of top 10, it's Umbra and Masters Esports that are very, very close alongside Darkness to potentially make it there, but they haven't quite yet gotten their first winner chicken dinner. So let's focus on that $500. Let's focus on getting out of here, please. Pretty please. I mean, look at the rotations that we have to work with here. I mean, zero tolerance, all the way there. Right up into the northeastern side alongside 1 million, Lusail, Slime 4KT. It's a huge, huge, huge pathing for them to work with here, and I think it's going to get tough. I mean, trying to get into that northeastern side, it's already congested.
Yeah, and particularly now with the players here from G3 looking to roll on through. They are making their way down the road in the direction there of Monte Nuevo. Whether they are going to be pulling up in towards Monte Nuevo itself, we don't know just yet. But they do seem to be heading straight up in towards that direction, or at least settling for the compound we have positioned just north of Monte Nuevo alongside the road. But fortunately for the side here of Myth, they are looking to be committing their rotation now further down towards the southern side. But we've got Masters rolling through, we've got Intruder heading in.
Vroom.
Monte Nuevo is going to be a hot spot.
Like I said, it's looking pretty tough here for the teams now making rotations through. We can see, I mean, 1 million now starting their long journey all the way there from the northeastern side. Might be even running into YONKOUS, depending on how they're going to be taking this. Maybe they might prefer to go through Creative Fields, but it will be a tough one. Maybe just going a little bit more towards that Hacienda del Patron might be a little bit better, but again, you're next to Team Unique, and I mean, if you go a little bit up, you're next to another team. So this is going to be the decisions these teams are going to have to make, and I'm glad I'm not the ones making them, because it would be absolutely impossible. You can even see from the little bit more of that eastern side. We've got Blackjack Esports and Darkness. Oh no, how have they found each other? No, what is going on? Masters and Intruders again?
Yeah, that is the age-old engagement, or at least for this for this round, that we see Intruder and Masters now trying to have a bit of an exchange. Angelo, getting hit in the butt there as they try to escape, but Ban, of course, quite some distance away. So again, we could see another potential player from the side there of Masters Esports having to pack their bags and make their way back in the direction of that lobby. And yep, there is the confirmation. Down they go. A very unfortunate play so far for Masters. But as I want to ask you a question, you were talking about a position. There's a spot just north of San Martin. Well, at least if we look at the map, what did you call that?
Listen, don't talk about my pronunciation here, okay? At least I didn't say what did we say here? 7E or the
very original names. I can give you that. Very, very original names coming out for these locations. But speaking about locations, we've got Super Young Stars now rolling on down from the north. And of course, Myth, Farok, right there on the front line, just keeping a very watchful eye, waiting for that opportunity to present itself so they could potentially come through, hitting hard with those blows. But Cryptics, they're going to start rolling up from the southern side. So this is where Myth could have an extra additional bit of pressure potentially coming in their direction. We also see the players there from Virtual Gaming now pulling in from the eastern side. So center zone, once again, getting heavily congested as the teams roll on in.
I do like the rotation we see from 1 million Zero Tolerance and as well as Lusail Esports. Right behind each other we go. And I mean, speaking of right behind each other, Team Myth right now, they are looking to put Super Young Stars right behind them on the leaderboard as well. Coming through here with Rock finding one, looking for a little bit more, but need to be careful here. You want some of your teammates to back you up in this situation, because Chala, of course, is going to be down. But the rest of Super Young Stars looking for that revenge. Now, we know Farok here going to be holding the line as Moment tries to get that flank coming on through, and Super Young Stars might just dip. They might just say, no, it's not worth it. Let's get out. I do like that. I think it could have been a little bit more dangerous if they had stayed just a tad longer. We can see Myth just rolling up on that hill. I mean, within seconds, it could have been a different story.
It could have been, but at least for the time being, it's not. It's still pretty much the storyline that we are going with right here. But I mean, the congestion,
Oof.
just continuing to come through now from the northern side. We've got Unique, we've got G3, we've got the players all over the place now, just looking to cram themselves into this position. Intruder also just trying to hold up into their spot, but up comes Super Young
Oh
Stars,
my.
getting ready to duke it out with the YONKOUS. We're looking to explore a few of their options here, but they're going to be cautious because not only do we see Super Young Stars, but right behind them is Myth and G3. So we could see those long-range engagements finding their way on through. But for the time being, it is going to be YONKOUS and the Super Young Stars looking for a controlling position over on towards this western side of zone.
Look, we saw what happened the last time that Yonkers found Team Myth, so I think they'd want to avoid that as much as they possibly can. But again, these eliminations, they taste all too sweet. We can see the feed actually lighting up with virtual gaming and Team Myth, so don't worry about Myth for now. They've got their hands full for the time being. And again, so many possibilities here as we take a look at the contention that's going to happen. G3 Temper also able to get involved there with Myth and virtual gaming, as you've mentioned, and Umbra not far behind. So, Super Young Stars, for the time being, let's see what they can get up to here. Cryptics, even Cryptics is throwing bullets into this contention. I mean, what is going on? Absolute chaos here towards Miramar, and that center zone, it just keeps getting more and more congested.
Yeah, it is going to be a third-party play once again, but no surprise. I mean, really, yesterday was alluding to a lot of that aggression coming through from these teams. Now we can see Morteza for the side here of Umbra, looking to maybe be the bullet magnet here once again, but definitely just looking to scout out the options before calling in the rest of the teams. You can see Shadow and the rest of the players still holding on to that more eastern approach, but a very confident play, strategy rather, coming through here from the side of Morteza. I mean, the entire solo play right on the front line alongside the players here from Virtual Gaming. And we know, like, give Morteza anything to throw at the opposing teams, be that lead, be that utilities, they're definitely going to try and utilize the heck out of that. And now Morteza cooks up yet another one, looking to reach all the way across. And of course, on the opposite end, that engagement between YONKOUS and the Super Young Stars has now developed a little bit further, as we do see MGI getting down for the time being.
Oh, getting closer and closer. Oh, Handblade, goodbye. Thank you very much. You have just met Cronboy and his own set of beautiful utilities. Now, NNN7 trying to return the favor, but Cronboy too fast on their feet as they rotate on around. It's one apiece each, essentially. But again, you have to remember, Super Young Stars started this off with a numbers disadvantage. So this is going to be absolutely crucial for Lashin and Convoy to hold the line here. NNN7 now getting closer and closer. Havlik burning to an absolute crisp, unfortunately. So no recovery there for the time being. Now out the window we go. GG next, up close and personal, trying to take the peak. Around we go in the corner. The UMP is coming in strong, but the connection is not quite there. GG next, down to a sliver of HP. Now Lewis trying to help out, but what can they do here? Convoy and Lashin just dipping and diving, making sure that this is absolutely almost impossible for YONKOUS to hold the line. It's Lewis, it's GG next. That's all that they have to work with here.
Oh, come on. Push, 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 push. Super Young Stars and YONKOUS now. Oh, YONKOUS having a good opportunity here to quickly reset themselves. But look at that Cronboy coming through, braving the spray. And of course, finding the head rather right on towards GG next. As we do see MGI now getting sent back into the lobby. Lewis, yet again, the last remaining hopeful for the team here. Will we be able to clutch it out as the pressure now continues to be applied? Zero tolerance coming in with a beautiful bit of a saving grace there. Now, it is going to be Lewis just trying to duck and weave all over the place, but they have to try and wrap this fight up relatively quickly as Cronboy is now moving up into the window. Lewis has spotted that play come through. But will we see the grenades now potentially getting sent on in? Lewis quickly just looking to rectify that health bar, but down he goes, unfortunately. Cronboy steps up with an absolutely beautiful, beautiful hit right up into the face there. But now we see several points of contention still coming in. We do see the players there from Myth, of course, duking it out with the players from the side of Virtual. We do have Blackjack and Darkness fighting for a controlling position up in towards Chumasera, but up in towards that northeastern side. It is going to be 1 million, Slime 4KT, and Lusail now coming through with their rotations, making their way towards the zone. Unique also just a little bit further up ahead of them, but the players there from Virtual Gaming could now be on the receiving end of several teams rushing up towards them.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the problem that we were talking about. I mean, those huge rotations. These teams are going to come a little bit late to the party, and they're going to get right into a third party as soon as they even get remotely close to that zone. This does allow, though, for a few other teams, potentially like Virtual Gaming, to set up, contain, and pick up those eliminations. We'll see how it ends up for them, though. As you can see, turning our attention here towards Unique, who know that they had 1 million right behind them. You can see a beautiful line of sight here for Chills. Not getting involved just yet. Unique still setting up. And they want to set up at least, but there's a few other teams that they might have to worry about for the time being. Cryptics now finding G3 Temper, and it's that rematch that we saw the last time we were on Miramar here in the Super Weekend that might come to an end. We're not too sure. Maybe just a little bit of a cheeky peeky for now, as the rest of G3 is a little bit more towards that southern side. Zone coming in now, the DK. I don't like it.
Yeah, but it's fine. I mean, it's a good shift. This is where G3 already find themselves in a little bit of a position here, but it does seem like Cryptics are looking to venture further out in towards those outlying regions. So we can see them now taking aim on towards the side of Lusail. We do have Intruder also looking to roll on through, but with that, Salam gets closed on up, and it's looking pretty tough as, Lusail, they don't have much left here. It is going to be some pretty tough plays, as the rest of the team fortunately is now down to Wanted, but Wanted is now being wanted and hunted, as we see the players here from Umbra trying to push on through. It is going to be a 1v potential for Rush coming through with Wasted and the rest of the team. Oh, up comes BRZ, just braving the flames, getting caught on fire, of course. Morteza now just patiently waiting to see what Wanted is going to be doing. Beautiful spray as Wanted finds a fantastic angle, but the molly comes in. Is it going to be enough? Oh, so close. Oh, narrowly escapes that first initial molly. But now Umbra cooking up even more grenades, looking to send them up. Wanted trying to find a position, but unfortunately, Umbra will not let Wanted get away with that. 1 million now continuing to push in from up in towards that northeastern side. Virtual Gaming up ahead. We've got Cryptics as well as Super Young Stars positioned off in the distance. 1 million now. Oh, having a really difficult decision to make here, like which way are they going to be going, because they don't have any information of what lies up ahead of them.
Yeah, this is tough. Now, Super Young Stars feeling the brunt of the action here, thanks to Virtual Gaming, who I said I want to see more from them. This is a huge opportunity. Let's see what they can do here with 1 million, who are down to dead to rights. I mean, it's looking pretty grim for them. Unfortunately, it's only Black Lost still alive, and as I say that, Virtual Gaming, they find that final confirmation, picking up a nice set of eliminations here, 3 in total, and they can continue to take that further as they are just on the cusp of getting into the zone. We can see Slime 4KT there on the high rise, now having to make their rotation down to get into zone. And I mean, choose your poison here. Do you want to go to Blackjack? Do you want to go to Virtual Gaming? Hey, why don't we head over to Umbra? Never mind. Virtual Gaming said it's fine. Come to us. We've got a welcome party.
Oh, yep. And what a warm welcome Slime is receiving as they now try to find a decent position to pull up into. Blackjack, of course, now could potentially just be inching their way even closer, as we can see MG and Zane positioned up on the high ground. Plaza down below, of course, now down on their knees, is going to be bleeding out for the time being. And with that, the confirmation comes on through. But several more positions still open for these teams to try and move on into. Of course, that western side looking a little bit more congested. But over on towards the eastern front, things are looking to start easing up a little bit. We only have Slime 4KT and Blackjack currently positioned, as we can see on that mini-map. But the west, that is where the pressure is going to be pretty high, as we've got the players here from Umbra, Virtual Gaming, and of course Cryptics. Now just duking it out with the immediate pressure coming through from Virtual Gaming onto the side here of Umbra. It is down to Shadowin and Morteza looking to hold up this position. Let's see whether or not Virtual Gaming will be able to close this one up and pick up even more eliminations.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, because not only do they have to make sure they get a good position, but now that zone with the pool going right towards Intruders and Cryptics means they need to get this done sooner, hopefully, rather than later. It's Shadowin and Morteza that I would love to see, be able to pick up a win in a chicken dinner here, but this might not be the game to do it. I don't know. I'm going to put it out there. We'll see what happens here. Already, for Alpha Luigi going down as the last 3 remaining members here of Virtual Gaming try and hold the line, but all of a sudden, it's not just Umbra that they need to deal with. It's also Cryptics who are looking to gatekeep here, not only for Virtual Gaming, but Umbra as well, now receiving the pressure because Marshall up close and personal. I mean, the rest of Cryptics just looking absolutely dominating and looking to pick up a few more eliminations here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the strategy coming through here from Cryptics. They heard the shots off in the distance. Now they jump at the opportunity to move into position to just gatekeep these teams still having to rotate on through. Of course, now Zayn getting bullied down below as one shot comes through with some beautiful hits there. Lelouch also just trying to hide it out.
Ooh.
Finds the angle on towards one shot. One hit remains and down goes one shot. Zeus now trying to smoke it up, but this is where the tables are getting turned.
Not again.
Umbra getting sent away as Marshall comes through with an absolutely devastating nade right on towards them. And now, look at that. Cryptics looking to roll back over on towards that western side while the players here from Virtual Gaming continue with their shots towards the players there from Blackjack. But of course, Cryptics are going to be looking to rotate in on towards the edge of these cliffs that we see currently being in play. And this is going to be such a challenging position for a lot of these teams to try and find a good position to fight from.
Oh, Cryptics getting ever closer towards Virtual Gaming, but also ever closer to the center of the zone. Maybe not where they wanted to be with the Lush hitting such a shot like that. Now Marshall trying to recover the situation here, but information is a little bit scarce. They just got here, and all of a sudden they have to focus on recovery. Of course, Virtual Gaming now down the hill they go, and Blackjack looking to get a little bit of revenge, not only towards Virtual Gaming, but now potentially even Cryptics. Holding this line, really making it difficult for so many teams trying to rotate on in. Zero Tolerance now also feeling the brunt of the action thanks to Cryptics. We've got 7 teams remaining, but all of the players are dropping like flies as everyone is looking just for a little bit of that tick damage, just a little bit of those extra numbers to pad their stats.
And we see a nice lineup of teams just hugging the edge of that southern zone, waiting in anticipation to see where this next shift is going to be forcing them to rotate towards next. Grunboy, of course, now getting traded off as the Super Young Stars make their way back towards the lobby. And now it shifts up in favor of the players from Cryptic. So I said before, it's going to be a challenging position for a lot of these teams to play. And now it just proves it even more so, as Cryptics have a controlling position already established within the zone. And this is where now it turns to Zero Tolerance, the players from Intruder, as well as G3, Blackjack, and Virtual Gaming to try and fight their way back up in towards that zone. Virtual Gaming having a really tough time, as we can see. Alpha Luigi now having to try and tend to the wounded players here under the continuous barrage coming through from the side there of Blackjack.
Yeah, and it's not looking like there's going to be any sort of saving grace for the time being, because the only potential team that could get involved would be Cryptics, and we know Cryptics are very well aware of where Virtual Gaming currently find themselves. So for the time being, let's hope and let's wait to see if they can get those reses coming on through. Petrox now just having to resort to running up the hill, even Zeus, but the re-knock comes through. And Virtual Gaming are dropping minute by the minute as we see these teams really looking for an opportunity to get into the zone. But again, a winning condition for Cryptics right now is the fact that firstly, they were the first team to get into the zone. Secondly, they have the highest set of numbers.
Yeah, and now they just need to try and keep the pressure up, and they are in a position to do exactly that. Meanwhile, the fighting will continue, especially down on towards that southern side. Intruder now trying to hold up a bit of a gatekeep position, as we can see Potato and Hemo being the final 2 players for the side of Intruder. It is looking good for them either way. They've made it up into the top 6. The same, of course, can be said for the side here of Virtual Gaming. But now, Blackjack going at it with G3. Oh, a bit of a risky play. Oh, Lelouch coming in with a beautiful hit. Buden up the head. Down they go. G3 getting sent on back. 5 teams left to fight it out. The North also now having a little bit of alleviation of the pressure coming through there. As we can see, Virtual Gaming coming under fire. They are down to Petrox, but with that, Marshall cooks up yet another nade, sends it through, and swiftly deals with Virtual Gaming. 4 teams now left to try and fight it out. Still heavily congested southern zone. We've got Skydo right behind MGs, we can see, looking now to rush back on in towards that zone. The blue zone applying its own pressure, forcing the teams to continuously keep on advancing their way forward. Skydo now trying to cook up that nade, trying to reach up in towards Blackjack, but gets spotted as Wesco comes through with a beautiful shot, and that nade not even having an opportunity to get sent on through. And I'm curious to see, though, is where this next zone shift is going to be taking us.
Yeah, look, this might be a big one. Depending on who is going to get that zone bless, might be the team that has the winning condition. And it is currently Blackjack Esports, maybe even close, if we can go far as to say Intruders. It's Cryptics who have to push on through. And the numbers no longer in their favor. Blackjack still have 3 members remaining as well. But maybe we'll see for how long that is the case. Now, Intruders holding a little bit of a building here. It's not in zone, though. So at some point or another, they're going to have to leave their safety. They're going to have to get into the absolute action here. And as Cryptics just force that pressure, they also be the first team to find themselves in a beautiful position once again into the zone. I mean, I thought this was going to go a different way, but all of a sudden, the teams, I don't know if they're hesitating. I don't know if they're just scared. The Cryptics has some huge nades cooked up for them. As you can see, Senke already finding Potato.
Oh, but now I think this is more of a calculated approach coming through. As you can see, Blackjack being well aware that there could be a potential angle being played on the higher ground, where we see the players there from Cryptics coming through. And of course, now this is where players from Intruder are also looking to play a little bit more cautiously, but a beautiful rush coming through from Blackjack. Senke just holding up on that bridge line, but Blackjack, they want to get this one in the bag. As we can see Wisco coming through with a beautiful hit. Lelouch getting picked on up, not sticking in behind the cover, and down goes Wisco as well. The pressure now turns to MG. As we can see, the players here from Intruder also now just inching their way up the hillside. But Cryptics still holding strong atop the hill. Down to 2 they are, but Lazy Boy, Senke, they could very well clutch this one out all the way through to next Tuesday. But let's see. Intruder, potential angle. They could be sneaking up right behind the players here from Cryptics, as they are, for at least for the time being, distracted by Blackjack. The molly getting sent over. That is the confirmation up on towards Lelouch. MG now trying to hold on. Oh, down he goes as Senke's molly just finds some absolutely devastating damage on towards him. And now it turns to Potato and Hemo to close it up alongside the players here from Cryptics. But Senke, Lazy Boy, that's going to be quite the formidable team to go up against.
Yeah, it's a 2v2, and Cryptics, once again, they have that high line. They have the potential to hold this even further. As we can see, that zone now shifting on through right between the two teams. So both teams going to have to force their way into a position here that they can hold. Senke, again, beautiful angle that they can work with here. If Potato and Hemo just peek out for an absolute second, it could be the utilities coming on through. But it depends on what information Cryptics have to work with. Senke has an idea of where Potato's coming from, especially with the smokes now popping on through. So those nades might be huge if they can just land the perfect angle. As we can see, Lazy Boy, he's rushing on in.
Come on, up comes Cryptics now, looking to apply that final bit of pressure onto the side of Intruder. The molly's getting sent out. There we go. Oh, yes. Hemo finds the first one on towards Lazy Boy. Senke now just on the edge, trying to see which way to go. Intruder somewhere up ahead. Not quite sure where, but Hemo, Potato, just standing their ground. Not going to be looking to give away their position just yet. But those smokes are starting to dissipate. And this is where it's going to come down to those heads popping out. The moment either of these teams spot any of those players, it is going to be game over. But of course, Cryptics already now sitting on 15 eliminations, bringing in an absolutely devastating performance so far already. So are they going to be able to push it up to 17? Or could we maybe even see the players there from Intruder making their way towards that winner chicken dinner, finishing off with a potential 6 eliminations to their name? Only time will tell. But of course, Lazy Boy is going to be cooking up that nade. It's heading over towards Potato. Will it reach? Yes, it does.
No.
Down he goes. This is the opening now for Cryptics as they come rushing forward. Hemo has no other option. He needs to fight. And down he goes as Cryptics clear it out, taking yet another winner chicken dinner, but finishing off with 17 eliminations, and that being their 4th winner chicken dinner. Absolutely beautiful play. I mean, they finished off yesterday on such a strong note, and now Miramar, they bounce back once again.
Tick, tick, boom. Yesterday, tick, tick, boom. Today, once again, the nades just finding their marks on Miramar, especially for the side of Cryptics. So huge, huge game coming through for them. And as you mentioned, they are the second team to reach that 4 winner chicken dinner mark. I mean, it's Myth and it's Cryptics right now that are leading the pack with that $2,000 already in their back pockets. It's huge. But again, I feel like we're getting into a little bit of a top-heavy situation here, but it's huge to see teams like Intruder, who have just joined us, finding their way into that top 2 against a team like Cryptics, picking up, a couple of eliminations and those placements. It's going to be huge for them to catch up to the closest team currently is Triple Esports, who we know is not playing this weekend. They don't have an opportunity to further their points, so Intruder might just kick them out.
Yeah, and they're definitely bringing in a really strong effort to try and do exactly that. And, we were talking about this in the pregame before we even started with the matches. That is the kind of approach we'd love to see coming through. Both Intruder and Virtual Gaming having ample opportunity just yesterday to try get a lay of the land, figure out what their strategies are going to be coming into today and tomorrow. And already, I have to say, I'm relatively satisfied with what Virtual Gaming and Intruder have been doing so far. Obviously, we could see even more of an evolution being brought in towards those strategies, but it is all going to be up to them and how they are looking to execute those plays. And also, we know it is also somewhat dependent on the lovely RNG as well, seeing where that flight path goes, the zones, and all those extra additional things. But, I mean, again, a very, very satisfying performance coming through right here on Miramar. I mean, the zone started us off not looking too crazy, but still providing an extra little bit moving over on towards that western side. But again, some good rotations being made all the way through and some really strong angles being utilized once again. So we are seeing the teams looking to continuously increase their performances. And I mean, from G3, we know by now, the moment they start rolling in from the northern side of zone, it looks to be pretty good for them. Today, this one, we saw them coming in from the western side, so maybe west is not best for them. We'll have to wait and see whether or not we'll have another one of those northern strategies coming through once again. But of course, let's hop into our highlights to get a few of those amazing plays that we had in this last match once again. With Lazy Boy and Marshall being the Blaze Masters coming through in this map of Miramar. I mean, I call them the Blaze Masters because they were just so pinpoint accurate with their grenades this time around. It was so beautiful to see, but we saw a lot of teams actually dialing up the aggression. I mean, we had the players there from Blackjack as well, sitting on 12 eliminations in this game. So again, it could be a very satisfying position for them with regards to those points. And this is where we look to see what our match results kind of look like, because we know a lot of teams dialing up the aggression, working hard to bring in those points, to push those positions on the leaderboard as hard as they possibly can. And we can really see the work being put in. But now we need to take a look at those master stand, or the match standings, master standings, to see how many points these teams were able to bring in. Now, I mean, obviously, we're going to be seeing a few potential changes coming through on the overall standings. But again, this match, really satisfying performances.
I do. I really am impressed by the teams coming through, especially from Intruder Africa and Virtual Gaming. I have to give a shout out to them continuously because we put a lot of pressure on them in that first day. We were like, hey, you're coming back for the second weekend. You've got 15 games to catch up and at least make sure you get yourself into that top 16. Coming back, potentially for that third super weekend, it's not a guarantee. It's going to be absolutely tough. So let's take a look at those match rankings and see what did you call them? Master rankings? Is that the word that we're going with?
Yes,
Either way, match
yes.
rankings, huge play coming through here for Cryptics. 32 points, DK, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, as I said, after the first match, Cryptics, it takes them, we don't really see them popping off on the first match. It's usually a little bit later on. And, well, they made it out to be true. Of course, a 32 bomb being dropped right here, but also a really strong performance coming through there from the side of Blackjack. 24 points under their belt, 14 eliminations. Last time we saw it was on 12, now finishing up on 14. That is what we love to see. Teams continuously trying to apply that pressure. And of course, we were talking about Intruder Africa, we were talking about Virtual Gaming. Again, some very satisfactory points being brought in from both these teams.
Oh, I just love it. I love that the fact that we're still seeing the bar rising. We thought, okay, well, we've got our top echelon. We've got the teams that are leading the pack. It's not the case. We have teams constantly and continuously improving to showcase that they have what it takes to make it to the top and to make an absolute showing. You can go over to that second page and see which of the teams didn't have the best of luck coming through on Miramar. Of course, we know some teams really do thrive and some teams maybe struggle just a tad. Unfortunately, Darkness and Team Unique going with bubbles, 0-0-0 for their placements, for their kills, and going to have to wait for the next Erangel to work it with. But I mean, the rest of the teams at least picking up a point or two, making sure that they're steadily but surely adding to their tally. Nothing too crazy, of course, but nothing too difficult or devastating for the teams, if I could say it that way. YONKOUS, Darkness, and Team Unique, the bottom three on this page, they're teams that have picked up some sufficient points. Team Unique got their second winner chicken of the day already. Darkness sitting in 11th place. I mean, some of the other teams, they've done well for the time being. Still want to pick it up, but they're okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, right? Darkness, Unique, as you said, they can afford to have a bubble wrap, right? They can afford to have one of those, right? Yeah, like whatever. They can afford to have a match in which they don't have any points, but don't make a thing of that, right?
No, please
have
don't.
one, that's fine. Like you can tick it off and say, okay, it was part of the to-do list for the day. Been there, done that. Now let's bounce back. Now we got to see those plays come through. But also, I mean, even looking at the position that YONKOUS is currently in, it's still a good position to have. I mean, we do see them with quite a few points coming in on that leaderboard, but we are also seeing that push coming through from the players of Intruder Africa and Virtual Gaming, right? A slow but steady approach, applying the pressure, and they are really starting to close that gap in behind the teams that are all sitting up ahead of them. But of course, let us know what your thoughts are. Let us know on social media what you think is going to be the result at the end of the day. You can hit us up on Facebook as well as on Instagram. Just search for PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa and tell us what you are thinking. Who do you think is going to be the teams to bring in all those winner chicken dinners? Well, for me, at least, I have no idea. It could swing either which way. The team's really keeping us on our toes. But of course, we are also now going to be hopping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, the action just popping off here today. And speaking about the action, let's hop over into our overall standings to get an idea of where the teams currently find themselves before we head right over on towards Erangel. Of course, leading the pack almost on 300 points is going to be the players there from Cryptics on 296 points. Wow, that is just absolutely insane. Of course, Team Myth also sitting there on their 243 points. Temper almost hitting the 200 mark, as we can see them only 7 points away. Lusail also now trying to apply the pressure there alongside the players from Team Umbra as well as Team Unique. And then, of course, we've got 1 million esports and Zero Tolerance sitting on 160 points apiece. But we got to take a look at that second page.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That is where it's at.
And again, I want to highlight Team Umbra finding themselves here on this first page, not yet finding that success with the winner chicken dinner. So hopefully that might change this weekend. Either way, Slime 4KT, Blackjack, they're having a great time. And again, Intruder Africa, so incredibly close to catching up with Triple Esports. I mean, just look at that, 18 points. That's doable.
Yeah, like I said, you know, they are definitely looking to apply the pressure, and that is what they're doing. They're stepping up, they're rushing on forward. But we also see the players there from Virtual Gaming also steadily starting to increase those points. As we can see, yes, there it is, sitting on 40 points. So they are just a little bit over halfway there, right? Only a few more to go, and then they catch up with the players there from Triple Esports. But also looking at where Intruder Africa is, right? They're sitting on 60 points like we just saw, and that means they are just halfway to where Team YONKOUS currently find themselves with regards to those points. Of course, it is now time for Erangel as we make our way on through, and we can see the lovely Sosnovka military island positioned just down below. So that means we're coming in on a very off-angle approach here, but we've seen this flight path many times before. Now, we have not yet seen this flight path coming through in today's Erangel, so I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing, and of course also where that first initial zone is going to be popping up. But a lot of the teams, especially the ones that like to move down towards the south, like G3, like the players coming in there from the side of Virtual Gaming, Super Young Stars, they're all going to be relatively satisfied with the options they have here. Even Masters, they are going to be pushing straight up in towards their position, in towards that Sosnovka military base itself. But Lusail, we could maybe see them applying a bit of a pressure and being a bit of a bit of contention there for the players for the side of Super Young Stars.
Being a nuisance, I think is the word you were looking for. Yeah. Super Young Stars now for the first time having contention over towards Primosk. So all of a sudden we're having a few just minor changes coming on through. See, Cryptics probably still going to go towards Stolber, and Virtual Gaming still going to have pretty much full control there of Lipovka. But again, that zone pulling towards a beautiful southwestern side, if we can even call it that. So plenty of opportunities for a couple of these teams. Intruders going back to Old Faithful, back on the military island alongside Masters Esports. So some alternate drop sites coming on in. I feel like the teams are, I don't know if it's necessarily trying things out, or potentially maybe there's something that they know that we don't, because we know they're the professionals. We're the casters. Casters don't play the game. You know, we just talk about it.
I do play, but I'm bad, right? So
that's what I'm saying. I can't even count as a player. I'm a tree. We've established this.
Yeah, I'm a bot, and I've openly admitted this on many platforms. Even just now, once again, I've said it on radio. I've said it everywhere else. Yeah, I'm a bot. You don't want to play with me. That's why we'd much rather sit here and watch these absolutely fantastic teams showing us, you know, how they do it, because we can see a few of those engagements already kicking the party off. Zero Tolerance losing their first player along the way. But now it comes down to how these teams are going to approach this next phase. Sitting all the way over on towards that western side, it does open up a lot of opportunities, and we've seen the teams really duking it out over on towards Everest several times just yesterday. But hopefully it's going to be a bit of a change up coming through this time around. Of course, now over on towards that Rozok kind of position towards school, we see Umbra already holding the position, with YONKOUS now just venturing up right behind them. But a very split up approach coming through, as YONKOUS is now still just trying to roll into a position, but they're going to have a little bit of a bumpy road along the way. Of course, now Blackjack find the team here from Cryptics, or at least Lazy Boy from Cryptics, looking to maybe be a bit of a thorn. Not tapping away too aggressively just yet, but definitely holding the position and just gathering some information.
Yeah, team's still making the rotations on in, so there's no need to really invest unless you're forced into a corner here, which the Scholar might make that happen. We'll see. Blackjack are still, busy with their rotations, so I'm not too sure if that's actually going to come to fruition. But of course, same could be said there for Slime for KT. I mean, Plaza also acting like a little bit of a scout there towards zero tolerance. A few of the other teams, I mean, Umbra and YONKOUS once again closer there towards Rozok. Nice shoulder to shoulder. Looking to hopefully get out of that and continue to just keep on getting those points. We want to see these teams really just setting themselves up as well as they possibly can and have a full just absolute chaos and battle and third party action coming on through into the final zones. But that's not up to us, that's up to these teams. Now, looking at it, what's interesting to me is, I mean, again, we had that change up, of course, for Lusail, but Unique also changing up where they're dropping there towards Fairy Pier. So, Super Young Stars really having, for the first time in a while, some huge contention potential. They might have some rotations coming through, and then all of a sudden, hello, why are you here?
I think it might be a few of those questions coming through or being posed as well, but at least for the time being, everyone being relatively respectful of those locations. I mean, yes, you said the Super Young Stars having a few more visitors in their region, but we're not seeing anyone really necessarily committing to pushing up in towards Primorsk. I do think once those later rotations start coming through, that is where things could get relatively interesting. But for the time being, I do think a lot of the interest will be focused more towards that eastern side, as we've got the players from Slime 4KT, Blackjack, we've got Darkness, we've got 1 Million, we've got Virtual Gaming, as well as the players there from Cryptics, also all still holding on towards that more eastern position. Military Island, relatively quiet for the time being. We know whenever Masters Esports, as well as the players there from Intruder, drop into their respective locations, they keep it respective, at least for the first phase, right? After that, it's anyone's game. They like open the sluice gates, and it's just like, you know what? Let's just do something. Let's just go crazy and see where it takes us. That's not really the case. We know it's more calculated than that, but that's probably what I would do. But now, a lot of these rotations continuing to pull on through. Lusail exploring all the options down in towards that more center zone. G3 actually venturing up towards the players there from Unique, or rather relatively close towards them. But I'm liking the fact that G3 is now trying to push a little bit further on through, looking for a few potential angles to take occupation of as they now progress into that more central zone.
Yeah, let's get some good positioning going here, and I think that's absolutely the focus coming through for a few of the teams, as we do see a few earlier rotations. You can see Masters as well teetering there towards that western bridge. Do we go? Do we not? What's going to be waiting for us on the other side? And Intruder, they have a fun rotation ahead of them as well, with Cryptics, who have to come all the way there from Stalber, even Kameshki, as we can see Carry Boy there right towards the top. So some fun times indeed laying in wait for these teams. And again, somehow, some way, these teams are just perfectly rotating right alongside each other. I mean, even Blackjack right now, right, I believe very close to either Darkness or a few of the other teams making the rotation through from farm. So it's so close, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't even know how the teams are dealing with this pressure, but for the time being, we're okay. I'm going to say that lightly, because we do see a few setups coming through. As I said, Blackjack and Darkness, very close. Blackjack might set up here to get a few pot shots, maybe some eliminations, who knows.
Well, I've got some advice. I've got some advice, right? When you're feeling nervous, just breathe, just breathe.
I can't, no. It's scary.
We'll leave the difficulty of breathing to the players, right? Because they find themselves in some really challenging positions, particularly looking at the developments coming in more towards that center zone, but also up in towards that northeastern side, where there's going to be the players here from Virtual Gaming finding themselves alongside the Cryptics, but also Slime 4KT just holding up right behind them. So Virtual Gaming not really in the most ideal position here, because once they start rotating, Slime 4KT could just be there welcoming them in as they rotate on through. But Cryptics, we usually see them come in with a little bit of a delayed rotation. And now this engagement coming through on towards the players from Virtual Gaming, just adding a little bit of an additional delay to that potential rotation itself.
Yeah, the time that they have to take through here, as you said, I mean, yeah, the zone applying a little bit of extra pressure, but once they finish that engagement, the rotation they have to take is potentially through School, Rozok. Either way, pick your poison, you're going to be finding a team. You know, whether it's going to be 0 tolerance or 1 million, or even if you take it a little bit north there towards Georgia Pool would be the best option, but they don't know what we know. They don't know that it's completely open for the time being. They expect Lusail there. So this information gathering session for these teams might be a fun one. Intruder's also taking a late rotation. It's going to be good. Team Myth, though, not feeling too good as we see 2 players now dropping. Hello?
Ooh. Yeah, that is the the potential players coming through on towards that edge of zone. Also now moving a little bit closer towards Chopsticks. And I've always been waiting to see a Chopstick zone. I don't think it's going to go there, but who knows? Blue zone yet to still close on through. But with that, speaking about closing on through, it is looking relatively tough for the side of Myth as we see Farok just off in the distance being one of the 2 final remainers for the team. Umbra, however, they're going to be smiling, right? Morteza, again, the bullet magnet, taking some severe hits there, but still managing to stay alive while we, in the meantime, see the players here now from YONKOUS moving themselves up into the position in Chopsticks, right? The other side of Chopsticks open for the time being. We do see G3 now looking to just disengage from that entire region, but Umbra still to rotate in as they do find themselves in a little bit of a compromising angle on the edge with so many teams still having now to move up into wood zone.
Tell me, what is it about Chopsticks that you love so much?
I love eating with chopsticks, and I love you know, Chinese food or any food that I can eat with chopsticks. I even eat my knickknacks sometimes with chopsticks. So you know,
really,
yeah. Then you don't make your hands full of cheese,
huh?
Especially when you need to use your keyboard and mouse. You know.
Oh, okay. Okay, no. Fair. Okay, cool. I'll give that one to you. We need proof though. See how that one comes through. But again, rotation's now coming on through all the way there from that northeastern side. It is still looking so heavily congested. Cryptics, it's still out towards the zone there by Yasnaya Poliana, so they have to have a little bit of a fun decision here to make. Again, they don't know what we know. They don't know what is open, what is not open. So it's going to be a little bit of a gamble coming through for them because that eastern side, it's so crazy looking. I can't even try and plan out some sort of a safe pathing there for them. Maybe hospital, but Lusail's moving there. Like, where do you go?
Maybe to a hospital, right? Because you're gonna need a few things. But also now up in towards the quarry itself, things are not looking any better, right? We got the players here from Masters Esports, we got Unique, we got the Super Young Stars, we got Blackjack rolling in behind them, as well as Darkness, as well as Umbra. It's gonna be a crazy spot, right? Again, great minds thinking alike. Everyone moving into some pretty close contention right here, and this is going to apply a lot of pressure to this region, and this is where the teams need to be performing at like peak performance, because with the sheer numbers we see in the vicinity, it's going to be such a tough position to hold. You can see Blackjack here right alongside Whiskey from Darkness, but this is kind of the trend leading from the south up to the north, right? The team's starting to form like a single file kind of approach here. Everyone just cramming into that central region of the zone itself.
You can see it. I mean, even the rotations now coming through from 1 billion there towards the northern side by Hospital, cough, and all of a sudden, it's a crazy line of teams shoulder to shoulder, looking for their own space. And of course, this is what we expect. There's still 16 teams up into this one. Not a single team has dropped. I mean, it's come close for a few teams as they've dropped a few numbers, but still great representation. And that zone just centering on up does mean that, this is going to be so insane. Cryptics now coming on through from the north. I think there's big potential here for pretty much anyone right now. I mean, I'm still looking towards YONKOUS. They're close to center alongside G3.
I mean, like, this is a crazy zone. We still have all 16 teams in play. Everyone is still here. I mean, Cryptics, kind of the only team out in the blue. We can see them now trying to roll on through, but here comes the fights, right? It was just a matter of time. Umbra up against the players here from YONKOUS, up against the side of Intruder. it's going to be crazy. It is going to be mayhem. It is going to be carnage all over the place. And Rauf now trying to close the doors there just to try and prevent some of that additional damage that could be coming through from utilities. You can see Shadowin cooking them up, getting ready to potentially roast Rauf right there in the building. But it's also good to see that, Morteza for the time being is still able to stay alive, even though we know Morteza is going to be the bullet magnet there. Shadowin with a quick disengage, seeing that, it's not going to be worth the push. Good coverage play coming through from the side there of PRZ. So Umbra just now looking to reposition themselves, heading a little bit closer towards Quarry, with a lot of the teams actually disengaging from that position currently in Quarry. So Quarry now looking a little bit more open. It could be a viable position for a few potential teams maybe to just stop over, at least for the time being, while they wait for this blue zone to close on through. But we are going to be seeing that continuing efforts coming through from Umbra over on towards the side of Intruder Africa now.
And Intruder, I mean, they're a little bit closer towards center, but that's not going to stop Umbra from getting involved and looking for a couple of those eliminations. As we know, this is where the action really starts to pack on. Still, 16 teams left for the time being. As you can see, the numbers slowly but surely going to be dwindling as these rotations are just looking so crazy. Cryptics also now about to join the party here, and the party is going to include 1 million and Lusail. The invitations have been received, and all of a sudden they're pulling up to the party empty-handed. It seems to be Dexter who's going to be at least finding Wanted, saying, yeah, have a warm hug. It's filled with lead, but don't worry about it. It's good for you, I promise. Salam now holding the back line, going to be trying to cook a nade, but again, have to be quick here. Boyka needs to join the party. It's going to be a 2-on-4 if they do not get set up as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough position to play here, but I'm liking this approach coming through. 1 million looking to apply as much pressure as they can apply onto the side of Lusail. Oh, Salam coming under fire. Beautiful nades, one after the other. That's what we need to see. And now it turns to Boyka, as we can see, positioned up atop the hill there. It's going to be a really tough position to play, but still a good angle maybe. But it does seem like Boyka's looking to reposition as Dexter now comes rushing on forward, looking to close this one out. The zone, of course, is going to be centering up so beautifully. And this is where it now looks to be quite the strong play for the players there from G3. They find themselves nearly smack dab center zone with a lot of teams moving into their position, but still every team has a representative currently established in this game, and we are just like running through phases now. We are getting deeper and deeper into this game, closer to that final finish, and we see a few fights now breaking out over on towards the eastern side between Intruder and Slime4KT. Umbra starting to advance their way forward, but now we look to see what the players here from Darkness and Slime4KT are going to be doing over on towards that position they are holding in towards the southeastern side. Of course, Lusail will be our first team making their way back up in towards the lobby, but we're going to be seeing several more teams following suit very, very soon.
Yeah, the question is going to come through. Who's going to be the teams to take a couple of bubbles back to their rankings? Lusail starting us off now. Myth, the next team looking in terms of numbers, at least for the time being, the worst. But of course, they've got great positioning here. And holding the line, of course, it is Slime4KT looking towards Intruders, who are currently blocking their pathing into the zone. So definitely a little bit of pressure is going to be applied as they try and find a way out of this. Masters now also finding Umbra, who, again, are trying to get into zone, and Masters just being an absolute thorn in their side. Everyone is going to start lighting up those feeds, as we know they need to get those eliminations. And talking about Darkness, talking about Masters, look at this. And all of a sudden, Manuel going on in, and Darkness finding a horrible set of nades thanks to Bamboo.
Oh, but we gotta say, we love to see this. I mean, it is looking quite devastating, and now Darkness look to try and find a way to bounce back from this. Manuel not really having many options there, but fortunately, there's several teams in the vicinity looking to continuously apply that pressure, and this could be a little bit of a breathing play now for the side of Manuel, who is looking to bring the team back on through, looking to get those raises, and of course bring them back up into fighting form. Now up comes Unique, also rolling through into the crossfire, but I mean, Darkness could still make a comeback from this.
Yeah, I mean, that rotation coming out now from Masters Esports, at least Bamboo, does mean they have the opportunity to just be left to their own devices and reset. So, unfortunately, that huge nade is not going to be finding any success. But, I mean, speaking of finding some success, Team Unique now looking to make Super Young Stars the foothold for them to get into this one, maybe even get a few more points coming on through as the nades start getting popped. And Cronboy now out in the open, having to have a little bit of a stay down here with the remainder of Team Unique. There is at least, of course, the rest of their teammates that they can work with here. Charla and MGI up and Adam into this one. But rotations are going to be crucial here because right behind them, we've got Blackjack Esports. Right in front of them, it's Masters. Right in front of them, it's Darkness. The southern side is looking absolutely packed. And it's what we've come to expect with the amount of teams still alive.
And it's going to be crazy. I mean, 15 teams all the way through into such a late phase in this game. I have not seen this. I mean, we have not seen such a play come through just yet, but everyone just looking to stick it to each other. As we can see, the players there from Unique now on the opposite end, taking a little bit of damage. Of course, it is going to be the Super Young Stars finding themselves in a little bit of a hot seat here. They've got Blackjack positioned over on towards the one side, Unique on the opposite end. But also Blackjack sharing their position with, well, it was the Masters, but we did see Bamboo now getting backed up. But Darkness holding the angle right there on the side of them. And the only team we currently see having a good position in zone is going to be Umbra. But, of course, YONKOUS up in towards the north. And Cryptics now trying to lay down the law. But down south, it is going to be Unique, trying to reach all the way across into the side here of Super Young Stars. And Charla is going to be facing quite the uphill battle from here.
Oh, absolutely. YONKOUS now also being confirmed in the nick of time due to nades. Okay, self-nade, but it's fine. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Super Young Stars down to Charla, as you've mentioned, finding themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place. Of course, the rock being Team Unique, just trying to push on up. And Blackjack Esports right behind, holding the line. It's not going to be an easy rotation. They'll just have to sit and hide. And of course, 1 million here towards the Wizard Tower. But they have to face Cryptics, and Slime 4KT is out.
Oh.
Whoa.
Wow. Yeah, I said it was going to be chaotic. It is going to be carnage. And that is what we see erupting on the screen. Now the shots just flying on through. Cryptics down to 1. It is going to be Marshall looking to inch their way back up in towards the zone. Virtual Gaming rolling in from behind. It is going to be pretty tough, but several more engagements happening all over this map. Unique now getting sent back into the lobby. This is where the pressure builds up once again. 1 million coming under fire as Marshall just lines it up once again. Virtual Gaming, up they come. Marshall caught in the grass. Petrox, Alpha Luigi, Zeus just circling around Marshall. Let's see what he'll do. Oh, there we go. Oh, tries to do a few push-ups with a weapon in hand. Not really ideal, but unfortunately, Cryptics have to make their way back up in towards the lobby. G3 holding their position over on towards the western side. Blackjack just positioned down below. Zero tolerance. Running into some trouble along the way. But of course, the zone is going to continue now to get crazier and crazier. 8 teams now remain. We just dropped so many teams in the past few moments, and it is going to continue to just escalate from this point moving forward.
Absolutely, especially when you take into a fact that there's not a lot of cover to work with here. I mean, the teams are out in the open. Yes, they can bring in the vehicles, but other than that, they've got hay bales, they've got grass. They don't have a lot to work with here, especially Umbra that find themselves back in the middle of the zone. Now, Darkness moving on through, INTRUDER getting sent packing, but the zone at least blessing Umbra once more. They can hold the line alongside Virtual Gaming here as the rest of the teams have to take that rotation from that southwestern side. It's going to be a huge one, especially here for G3 Temper that have a beautiful line of sight on towards Darkness, as well as Lelouch, who's just out in the open, just hoping no one's going to be looking at them anytime soon. And of course, again, I said this, the cover, it's awkward. It's so awkward for many of these teams to work with because, I mean, you have a wrong angle, you just step out a little bit too much to the side, and bam, that's your face. That's everything gone.
Yeah, that is then good night, goodbye, see you back in the lobby. But the teams now just trying frantically to secure those anchor points moving up in towards the zone. We can see that first position now being locked in by Flacco for the side there of G3, but still a very exposed position. Darkness now come rushing on forward. Wanted, about to get the party crashed, and quick nade getting sent on through. Up comes Moment, not even going to be phased by that nade. popping off just outside. Now, of course, the pressure continuing to build. We still have the players there from Virtual Gaming holding on towards the north, as well as that more eastern position. Myth rolling up from that southeastern side. Darkness coming in from the south. We've got the Super Young Stars coming in from the southwestern side. Blackjack behind that. Of course, G3 up on towards the western side. It is absolutely chaotic. It is such a struggle here for all these teams. But this is what we love to see. The continuous fighting now being forced onto these team. Darkness finding a bit of trouble along the way as they run up in towards Umbra. But now Myth also down to Farok. Farok just narrowly making it up in towards zone. But Virtual Gaming are looking to make it so difficult for them to try and solidify that position.
Absolutely. I mean, G3 Temper now also getting involved. Both these teams trying to get a huge spread of control into this final zone as they need to. It's going to get absolutely chaotic from this point onwards as we find our final 6 teams in the second Erangel of the day. Now the nades are being cooked and they're being sent and they're making a few connections, especially thanks to Charla now finding Tornado. Darkness might be under a little bit of pressure here because not only are they feeling the pressure there from Super Young Stars, but Virtual Gaming now turning their attention, sending in a couple of nades, and these connections could be absolutely devastating. As you see G3 now also getting involved. Oh, Darkness, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this is where you cue the music. You know which one I'm talking about. But now, look at this, right? Whiskey trying to hold off any advances potentially coming up into their direction. G3 also now trying to clear their way through as they move in from the western side. The zone, of course, now is going to be centering up right towards Umbra and Darkness. Virtual Gaming just on the edge. Myth so close. Down goes Umbra. Umbra. My bad. Getting taken down. Chala also just narrowly on the edge of the zone. But Virtual Gaming looking to push on forward, still having the angles. G3 going to be facing a super challenging rotation here. Not a lot of options, and the only way for them currently is going to be to try and move towards that roadside, because the opposite end is chock and block for the players.
Absolutely, but this is a huge opportunity for Virtual Gaming, especially thanks to Six God just finding a couple of vehicles to make it all the more difficult here for Darkness. And now G3 Temper at some stage will have to take a rotation in, and the line of sights available to them are going to be absolutely huge. We can see Charla just snaking up into the grass. We can see Myth trying to do the same. Farouk also looking towards Charla. Darkness, bam, out you go. 4 teams left. Virtual Gaming still in this, and G3 Temper. But for how long can Virtual Gaming survive with the little cover that they have to work with?
Yeah, but the same can be said about G3. I mean, Six got Flacco beat and they're trying to run out in the open. They came into this phase with a controlling amount of players. They still had their entire squad up and kicking, but now we have a few hits coming in their direction. Six God is able to find a beautiful nade towards Petrox, as we can see. Just over on towards the distance there, but Zeus still holding that off angle. Down goes Charla as Farok comes through with a beautiful hit. But the pressure now on here for Alpha Luigi and of course Petrox. Buren getting spotted, but quick response towards Ferox causes quite a bit of damage. Up comes a hit now from Ramsey to close up that knock. Myth not out of it just yet. They might have gone quiet for a little smidgen there, but they don't discount them just yet. Flacco is going to be the last one for G3 as Virtual Gaming come lasering on down. They are looking to get that chicken on board, and they put everything they have in their bag straight onto the battlefield. Down goes G3. Flacco's getting traded off, and it is now going to be Myth up against Virtual Gaming. Quick confirmation coming through on towards Petrox. It is going to be Ramsey and Farok looking to hold up the position in zone. It is going to be Alpha Luigi and Zeus trying to push on through. The damage comes in, but of course a quick retaliation. Down goes Alpha Luigi. Up comes Zeus. Will he be able to get it? The shots fly in. Farok taking several hits. It is pretty much now Zeus versus Ramsey looking to fight it out. Up comes Ramsey. Another nade. Is it going to find the point? Overshoots. Zeus now just hoping and praying that these angles will work out. But of course, they don't have much time left. The counter has started. The zone is about to start moving up. And Myth have such a beautiful position. But this could be a beautiful opportunity now for Virtual Gaming to lob 1 or 2 nades over in their direction. Ramsey also going to be just be trying to swing the bat through. It bounces off of the vehicle. Zeus just nearly matrix dodging the heck out of that flying fan. But now the pressure remains. Zeus needs to find a way. He's going to try and reposition. Up comes the zone. Oh, tries to use the lower ground, but it doesn't work out. Myth walk away victorious as they lock in the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely fantastic play.
I was hoping and praying that that might go the way of virtual gaming, because I mean, let's be honest, Myth, that's their 5th winner chicken dinner. You know, they saw Cryptics getting close to them and said, we're going to get a 5th one. Thank you very much. But virtual gaming, they could have absolutely needed that just to jump up the rankings. You know, maybe just beat out Intruders, who are currently leading the pack as the one of the 2 teams actually coming into this next Super Weekend. Whew! I mean, to break that down, to have 15 teams in those final moments, in those final zones, what's happening? We had third party central, we had chain fighting. I mean, I thought that's what this sort of strategy is going to be for Super Weekend, but no, what is happening?
We said this already, right? The teams are stepping it up, and they are all very reluctant to get sent back into the lobby, right? And that is resulting in some really unseen plays on the Super Weekends, right? Teams staying all the way up into those late phases. It is insanity. It is absolutely crazy, but it is resulting in some very interesting PUBG being played right here on the battlefields. And we can see there's quite a few of those eliminations making their way on in. And a lot of the teams that we thought are going to be performing exceptionally well in that past match, just based on their positioning and kind of the strategies we've been seeing them deploying so far, they run into a brick wall, right? The teams just go like, nope, done. You have gone far enough. We are going to stop you right there. And it is some absolutely amazing things to see. I know I've said amazing probably like 20,000 times in this past minute, but that's what it is, right? If we're being honest, it's insane.
Look, I'm falling into the absolutely trap as well, so it's okay. You know, it's
Absolutely.
absolutely amazing. That's what it's coming down to. PMPL Africa 2022, you wouldn't want anything less. And the teams, again, still raising that bar, still looking to continuously improve, which at this point, I don't know how they can, but they keep doing it. They keep proving us wrong. I've been saying it, but now I'm finally living it as we see these teams coming on through and bringing us new plays, new insane action. Of course, we do have highlights coming on through to our screen. So DK, let's get into them, shall we?
Well, almost, right? Before we go, we have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But on that, yes, let's hop straight into our highlights. Fan flying all over the place. We've got nades flying in all directions. I mean, the team's just looking so crazy all the way through that past match, but absolutely Beautiful stuff coming through once again. Now let's hop over in towards our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in this last match of insanity.
I mean, we had cars parked on top of walls. Now we have pants flying. We have everything we could almost ever wish for. Team Myth, of course, still reigning supreme, trying to just catch up to Cryptics and the lore that they've been lying down, picking up those 23 points. Virtual Gaming, huge game coming through for them to pick up 21 points. I think they're closing the gap there with Intruder Africa, so that might be a little bit of a fun condition there towards the other side of the rankings. Of course, G3 Temper still in play, as well as Darkness. A few of the teams really making opportunities happen here for themselves. And again, Super Young Stars and Team Umbra, they were in really difficult positions there towards that final zone.
Yeah, it was quite a challenging play to bring through, whichever way you look at it. But again, two teams we've been wanting to step up and continue their efforts. It's going to be Intruder Africa and Virtual Gaming sitting on this very first page. That's what we want to see, the new teams coming into the Super Weekend, really showing their worth here. And we were expecting those performances to come through, and they delivered. And now as we look over on towards our second page, this is where we see also Blackjack coming in, 5 points on the board. Cryptics coming in with those 4 eliminations, putting them also on a grand total of those 5 points. But we do see it has been a pretty tough play. Now, we do see the players from Lusail, of course, Masters, Esports, and then also YONKOUS going out with, unfortunately, 0 points here. But take into consideration, this happened like round about the 5th phase only.
I still can't get over it, in all honesty. But again, I think it's huge points overall. And speaking of overall, I think Cryptics might have cracked that 300 pointer. They were really close.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
It is very, very possible. They started off with 296. So if math is not failing me right now, they should be just
301.
within. Yeah, they should be just within those 300 points, but definitely some beautiful, beautiful plays we see coming through. And of course, I'm pretty sure G3 Temper might be hitting the 200 points, right?
Ooh.
So we'll have to wait and see when we make our way over on towards the overall standings, but definitely a very good showing coming through from a lot of the teams stepping in here. And I'm loving that they are so reluctant to be the first team to get sent back up in towards the lobby. Now, speaking about the reluctance, let's have a look and see what the overall ranking situation is.
Let's see our quick math. Did we do well? Did we do well? Yes, we did. G3 Temper up in 200 points. And of course, Cryptics up in 300 points. The first team to make it on through. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful, beautiful work coming through. And again, to see these numbers on screen, I can't believe them because, wow, it's absolutely insane. And the teams are still changing it up. I mean, Myth now with 5 winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, I think Myth, they need to change their name from Myth to Epic, right? Because it's no Myth anymore. They've proven what they can do sitting with already 5 chickens. That is just ridiculous. But we also got to give credit where it's due, right? Team Umbra sitting up in 4th place. Not a single chicken just yet. We'd love to see that chicken come through for them, though. But still, an absolutely phenomenal performance coming in. Being able to maintain a total of 179 points without a single chicken dinner. That says a lot about a team.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And I really do want them to get a winner chicken dinner. I've been saying it since pretty much from Miramar onwards. But they're on the cusp. They're going to get there one day. I absolutely hope so. But for today, or at least for now, not the case. Maybe still today. Let's hope so. Again, though, as we look at the rest of the page, look how close Intruder Africa is getting to Triple Esports. 66 points. And we're only halfway through our Super Weekend.
But there's another thing that we can't see just yet, and we'll see it when we look at that last page. But things are getting pretty tight, right? Like the fight for that top 16, it's on. It is definitely on. And I got to say, I love to see that. But even looking at the positions coming in from 9th place all the way to 11th, it is still very much neck and neck. Even looking up in towards 8th place, right? Zero Tolerance sitting on 163. That's only 4 points ahead of where Slime 4KT currently is. So a lot of chopping and changing can still happen across the board for almost all these teams. And it all comes down to, well, how they approach these coming few matches. But of course, let's have a quick look over on towards that 3rd page. You can see Intruder Africa sitting on 66 points. And then, of course, on our final page, we do have Virtual Gaming 5 points away. Only
Ooh.
5 points away.
No, look, that's absolutely insane because that means if they carry on with this pace, the team that's going to be sitting on that last page is going to be Triple Esports. Then if they don't get into the third Super Weekend, I'm not going to say it, but you know what I mean. Either way, absolutely huge performance coming through from Virtual Gaming and Intruder to pick it up on that second day of games. I mean, we gave them all the pressure we possibly could, and they're actually living up to it. They're actually adapting to it and putting on quite a beautiful showing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the beauty that we see coming through here, right? The team's really being pushed to find those strategies, to find those ways to stand up against the teams coming into these lobbies. And Super Weekend, as we've stated many times over, it is an entirely different ball game. Comparing that to what we, for instance, see coming in on league play. But the teams, they're stepping up to the challenge, they're holding their own, and they continue to roll on through with the punches one after the other. And it's really resulting in some absolutely phenomenal plays.
Absolutely. And I'm so happy to see that the teams are still pushing that line. You know, we keep talking about it, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily going to happen. It's the teams that are driving or being the driving force for this competition. And because they keep getting better, I have to remind you, that's just going to filter on back to their region. That's just going to filter on back to maybe new potential players. They're going to go up against teams like this with the insane experience that they are busy packing up. And it's just going to grow the scene further and further. So just shout out to the teams. Thank you. You guys are just absolutely insane.
And of course, this is only our very first PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa. So the future is looking pretty bright if this is how the teams start off the very first one, setting the bar relatively high. But of course, we also want to hear what your opinions are. Let us know on social media. Hit us up on Facebook and Instagram. Head on over to PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa. Tell us what your thoughts are. And of course, we are now going to be taking a quick break while we get ready for our fourth match of the day, which will see us heading over in towards the jungle. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This, of course, is our second day of Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend. We're getting ready to move into a little bit of that jungle action over on towards Sanhok. And so far, the teams have just been stepping it up. We saw so many teams making it up into those very late phases just over on Erangel. And now, as we get ready to move up into the jungle, I'm not sure what to expect here is because the teams keep on having us throw our stat books out the window every time.
I would like to keep a stat book for once. Like I spent so much money on those stat books, man. Come on. But yeah, look, Sanhok is going to be absolutely insane because again, we're seeing the teams that were really thriving on Sanhok once again pushing the envelope. They're performing. They're bringing the action. So I'm wondering as well, is that going to continue when we go towards Sanhok? Or maybe... No, I'm not. No, I do not want 15 teams in the final zone on Sanhok. That's no. But yeah, we'll see how that's going to change. I think the teams are really looking forward to changing it up. Go to the beautiful, beautiful green side there of Sanhok and show us a little bit of something different.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, coming in on towards Sanhok, flight path, not going to be too essential, right? That first initial zone, rather, that's going to be where it's at. And now we look to see where the teams are going to be looking to drop themselves into. Of course, we do have a few early jumpers coming through Myth, of course, heading over towards Nakam, which is nothing out of the ordinary there for them. Also, the players there from Masters Esports are going to be heading straight down in towards that Camp Charlie, Bantai kind of position we also normally see them moving into. But I'm curious to see once this next phase pops, where the teams will have to move to, because we've seen northwestern zones, we've seen southern zones, we've seen central zones, as well as a few over on towards the east, and this time a very centered zone. So, a nice full circle kind of approach coming in here for the teams.
I like it. Sanhok is behaving. It means the teams have an opportunity here, of course, to put their best foot forward, and I want to see that coming through. I do want to see, again, I'm still looking at Umbra. I want them to have a winner chicken dinner, please. I mean, they've been working so hard to make it up into the top 8 without one, so it would be fantastic if they can get one here. But of course, we know the usual rematch is happening here over towards Paradise. It's virtual gaming. It's Super Young Stars looking... I don't know. In League play, this goes a certain way, but so far in Super Weekend, Super Young Stars have been having the upper hand.
Yeah, maybe there's something tied between the Super and the Super, right? We don't know just yet. We'll have to wait and see whether or not that is gonna carry any truth. But for the time being, as you said, virtual gaming, Super Young Stars, both occupying a Paradise, and yeah, it is a very split approach coming through, but it does seem like Super Young Stars are going to be looking to dial up the aggression dial a little bit further. But Virtual Gaming also cooking up a few of those utilities. One shot, just waiting in anticipation to see what is going to come through. Cronboy, of course, now just exploring the balcony a little bit, looking to distract One Shot, while MGI and Lashin now just reposition themselves, getting a little bit closer. I'm liking this off-angle play also that we see coming through there from Alpha Luigi. But it's now down to both teams here, right? Virtual Gaming, Super Young Stars. They need to either wrap up this fight or rather get it started, or just disengage and rotate further into its zone.
Look, I think it's the rematch here for Virtual Gaming, right? They want to make their starts, and they really want to have a good Sanhok game, and I think, I'm guessing here, maybe in their minds, that starts with taking out their usual rifles, which is, of course, Super Young Stars. So potentially, that's where they want to look at, but again, the longer they take, the more opportunity they give to teams like Cryptics towards the northern side to rotate on in and just ruin the party for everyone. So it's going to be a little bit of a tough situation here for some of the teams, and I mean, for the rest, a beautiful spread. I mean, everyone just avoiding each other somehow, some way. It's literally only Super Young Stars and, of course, the team here of Virtual Gaming that have found one another and are looking at a little bit of a stalemate for the time being. The rest, again, just a beautiful spread. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see the feeds start here or, again, maybe a disengagement.
Yeah, also G3 holding up on towards that position just south of Bootcamp, up on the hilltop. Again, a good position for them to be in. We'll have to wait and see if they do anything with that, but at least for the time being, it is going to be a serious case of ring around the rosies here, hide and go seek between Super Young Stars. Not yet a game of tag, but maybe it could develop into that, as we see a lot of repositioning coming through from both Virtual and the Super Young Stars. But no one taking the plunge just yet. They are, of course, trying to reach across with those utilities. And Conboy, it seems almost like Conboy's just taunting Zeus in a one-shot with that position up on that first floor. But now, how much longer is Zero Tolerance gonna, or rather Zero Tolerance, how much longer is Virtual Gaming gonna tolerate this potential play coming through here from the Super Young Stars?
It's funny that you mentioned Zero Tolerance because they've just found Team Unique. Nice little segue there. Ha ha ha! Taking us through here to Zero Tolerance, who have obviously found a little bit of an angle here. The nade's going to be going through. Skirp is going to be feeling the brunt of the action here. And as well, we see Lord coming on through, trying to find an angle. And they do find, all of a sudden, exist, which means Team Unique now down to 2, make that down to 1. This is an absolutely perfect execution coming through from Zero Tolerance, who are looking to take out Team Unique in a matter of seconds. There is a race coming through. Winky's still up, Skirp is still up, and Winky is doing the damage. Beautiful bit of a line, but all the cards are coming in, and Hates is going to go down. All of a sudden, Zero Tolerance down to 2, down to 3, and Team Unique down to nothing.
Wow, that was insane, right? Unique just getting absolutely ambushed there. And then, I mean, yeah, we did see a few hits, a few responses coming through there from the side of Winky, but it wasn't enough. Zero Tolerance just stepped up, dialed it in, and with that, you know, they got a beautiful squad wipe. But now we return back on towards Virtual Gaming and the Super Young Stars, hoping to see them start something, right? Because it's still a lot of dancing going around here. We still have Alpha Luigi holding over on towards that eastern side, not really venturing up into Paradise itself. That could also be a beautiful strategy coming in from behind, sneaking in behind the players here from the Super Young Stars. Chala, of course, are just limbering up, readying themselves up for a potential engagement. When that's going to happen, we also would like to know, but both teams now just trying to make the most of their position up in towards Paradise. You know, Paradise is usually quiet, and that's what it is for now. The silence, it's golden, but it's going to have to be broken pretty soon. Speaking about silence getting broken, we have Blackjack rolling up right behind the players from Umbra on the side of Quarry. And hopefully, the Super Young Stars and the players here from Virtual Gaming will follow suit while we jump over on towards Blackjack and Umbra. Wasted now looking to quickly come in behind the Lelouch as Blackjack now continues to retreat back on towards the hillside, looking to get that res on towards Zane. But Wisco cooking up the nade. You see Wasted just up in front. Oh, PRZ Shadowin also relatively close. But will we see any of those nades finding point? MG picks up and heads on towards PRZ. Down goes, PRZ as Wisco's nade comes through. Lelouch and Zane is down. Now it's down to MG and Wisco to try and maybe clutch this one out.
That would be the hope, of course, but Umbra still trying to push on forward. It's a duo v duo situation here, and the races are going to come through, hopefully, for the side of Umbra, because we know they would love to get that winner chicken dinner. But Blackjack Esports looking to contest that, holding the line. Unfortunately, that flank from Morteza didn't quite hit the mark, and Shadowwind just narrowly escaping the spray coming on through from MG and finding a little bit of success themselves. We can see Virtual Gaming now finally finding Super Young Stars in the feed just to highlight. But Wisco in an angle here to work potentially a little bit of magic as Zane gets the res once again onto Lelouch. So still down to the stalemate. And now Umbra, they've got all of their players back up and looking for Blackjack.
Yeah, they are out for blood, right? They've had a little bit of a taste of that with MG going down already, but now the pressure turns to Wisco. Will he be able to make a play from that position? There we go. The first few shots flying up into Shadow when down they go. Morteza not being the bullet magnet this time around. Beautiful to see them changing it up. PRZ wasted. Now also looking just to rotate up, looking to fortify that front line position we see Morteza in. But Zane also just on that off angle could be a little bit of a trouble here for them. But there's still enough distance between both these teams for that not to be too much of a concern for the time being. Of course, however, we see Wisco coming under fire. Wasted not picking up that angle just yet. But will they be able now to rush forward and full on send it?
Oh, like the nades that Umbra are sending right now, and potentially a little bit of a retort coming through from Blackjack as Zane, he's thrown one, he's looking for a little bit of snake on through, and now the rest of Blackjack looking to find the angles here as PRZ comes rushing on in. They're looking for Zane, they want to get that confirmation. The bullets literally just flying right above their faces, and PRZ is going to get a little bit of that return on investment. Not quite what they would have wanted, however, Umbra still in a 3-on-3 scenario, essentially. Lelouch holding the line and being a devastating crossfire here for Umbra to try and cross. Because as they try and get those confirmations, they get knocked down, they keep getting knocked down, and they can't find the angle. Wasted. Might have to start something here. Otherwise, this could be a stalemate for Umbra to deal with. And as we saw, the stalemates don't always end well. We always see super young stars also being confirmed out.
Yeah, that fight eventually coming to fruition as Virtual Gaming just rushed on forward, and with that cleaned the slate. But
Okay.
Morteza sneaking in from behind, coming
Let's
in
go.
with a quick confirmation on towards Wisco. We can see Blackjack now retiring down in towards the compound, just looking to reassess the situation. It is now down to Lelouch and Zane to try and make this final stand, but Umbra starting to encircle them, getting ready, and starting to apply the pressure. Morteza just up on the hillside. This is such a beautiful position coming through here from Umbra, but will we see them now either waiting for Blackjack to rotate out, or are they going to come pushing in, looking to pick them up right in those buildings?
That is the question, of course. I mean, Blackjack down to 2. And Shadowin would love to jump into this one. Slowly but surely, Umbra have somehow managed the situation. And it was looking pretty dire for them, especially with the crossfire that Blackjack were holding. But now, the tables have turned, and Blackjack are the team to run away. They do not want to deal with the rest of Umbra pushing the line, looking for those confirmations. Zane going to be potentially out in the open, and Shadow just going to be ready for it. Throwing a couple of shots, not quite yet finding that confirmation. Lelouch now trying to apply a little bit of alleviation, give the teammates some backup here as they find one, but now they have to find another 3 to stay into this one. It's going to be PRZ pushing on in alongside their teammates. Right around the corner we go. The doors are open, and FBI open up. Blackjack, back in the lobby you go. 12 teams remaining. And Umbra, let's go. Well, this is a good start. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, that could have potentially been like a bait and switch kind of play coming through there, but Umbra was just not going to allow anything to happen there, right? They had their eyes set on picking up that squad wipe, and, well, ultimately, that is exactly what they got. Of course, speaking about squad wipes in action, we jump straight over on towards the action unfolding between the players here from Intruder, as well as the players there from the side of Myth, fighting in and around that position towards by none. G3 still up on the hilltop on that southern side of Bootcamp. Bootcamp entirely open, but this is where we get to see these high ground positions now getting utilized a little bit. We see Six God atop there just tapping away, looking to see if they could reach into some potential angles towards Intruder, or potentially maybe even Myth. But you got to be careful, because we got Lusail now starting to move in from that western side. We've got the players from 1 million as well as Zero Tolerance coming in from the east. It's going to get hot and spicy and uncomfortable very, very soon.
I mean, what else could we expect from Sanhok coming on through? And again, at least we're not going to be seeing, 15 teams in the final zone just yet. A little bit of normality coming through on Sanhok, which we love to see. Again, that southern side of the zone, pretty empty, pretty vacant for potential rotations, but that zone might make the decider here for the teams. And it actually really is so welcoming to the teams today. I don't know how, but once again, giving a lot of opportunity for the teams already finding themselves in their usual spots. It's only Umbra, Cryptics, maybe Blackjack and Virtual Gaming that have to find themselves into that zone. Well, they can try, but it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, speaking about zone, we see the players there from Cryptics also now rotating up through the blue. A very lengthy rotation, but I mean, it's Sanhok, so it's not too far to go. Fortunately, they could still potentially find a relatively comfortable rotation. It is only the third phase, so the blue zone, it is doing some damage, but nothing crazy, nothing too hectic for them to be too stressed about. And one stressing position, though, could be right here with Zero Tolerance, as we can see Vortex now on the front line as Umbra start to venture up towards the zone. We see Wasted and Morteza. Ooh, and Shadowin pulling up right next door to Vortex.
Please run. No, there's no option here that I can see for Vortex. Please just get out. Just absolutely just run away. I mean, looking at the rest of the teammates, they're so split up. This is an opportunity for Umbra. Oh, Shadow Window didn't quite get the memo that Vortex is lying in wait. Now going to be popping out of the truck, but of course Vortex now they smell blood. They did so much damage, and they're looking to get the confirmation. Not before Shadow Wind does quite a bit of damage there. But again, look at the rotations. Umbra are already gone. They said goodbye. They said, sorry, that's going to be our teammate out for the count. So it's 3 apiece each here for both Zero Tolerance and Team Umbra. Actually, it's a duo. I did not even see that coming through. So, wow, everyone is dropping like flies. I mean, I'm blinking and I'm seeing team numbers change.
Yeah, I mean, flypaper is the thing, right? But now, as we look on towards the players here from YONKOUS, they are holding a nice high ground position, but Umbra also going to be looking to venture up onto a bit of a high ground angle here. Still quite some distance away from having a secure position locked into that zone. But zone getting congested. We still have 12 teams remaining. Cryptics, of course, are going to be trying to get ahead of the blue zone. They've got Slime 4KT positioned up in towards bootcamp. Still with the players from G3 holding onto the high ground. It does seem like Cryptics are quickly trying to just fix those health bars, get enough boosts in before potentially committing to even more rotations out in that blue zone. But the zone itself definitely starting to get increasingly more and more difficult as the teams are, again, super reluctant. No one wants to be the one to expose themselves, and I can understand it. But this is going to mean that we are going to be seeing quite a bit of fighting coming through in these next few phases. And look at that western side. It is entirely open pretty much.
Yeah, it's pretty much like you drew a line from the south, from the north to the south, and it's only sail on the western side. Only. Literally just holding the line saying, anyone want to join us? It's pretty nice this side of the river, but for the time being, that zone going to be the deciding factor once again. And actually towards Painan. Wow, okay, a little bit of a change up here.
Yeah, that's the zone blaze coming through for Myth, right? That is absolutely fantastic. They have their position set up in those compounds in Painan itself. But it's going to be a big fight now coming in on towards that southern side as we see Masters still trying to reach up towards Umbra. We have position out in the blue, but Myth now just coming in with those third-party hits into the side of Masters. We see Sin getting traded off. And we also have a lovely mass migration now heading in towards the direction of the zone. But Bamboo is going to be trying to have a bit of a gatekeep angle on towards Wasted and Morteza. And this is quite a tricky approach for the side here of Umbra, because still they are out in the blue, have not secured any of those positions. But speaking about positions, Senke comes rushing on through alongside his teammate who flung themselves out of the vehicle. But now it is up to Senke to try and survive in and amidst all these teams positioned in this current zone. And of course, it is going to be the players here from Myths looking to close it up onto Senke.
Yeah, Senke might be shaking in their boots right now because all of a sudden the entirety of Myth are hunting and looking for them. But for the time being, this hide and seek is going well. Ramsey and Farouk now looking for the confirmation. Ramsey just around the corner saying, hello, Senke, how's it going? Can you just keep your head there just for the moment? But Ramsey dropping down, Senke with a beautiful response. Now Farouk around the line. Oh, we get it. Cryptics out for the count. We've got 10 teams now remaining as 1 million also find Virtual Gaming, who are going to get sent back to the lobby. Oh, this is looking a little bit tough for these teams making their rotations again. The northern side still looking heavy.
Yeah, I was just looking at the zone. That was quite the fight breaking out with the players there from Virtual Gaming. They were a very interesting approach coming through from them there. But now, as we look at the teams back up in towards zone, it is going to be 1 million fighting themselves up alongside the players here from YONKOUS. Now, YONKOUS definitely trying to utilize these positions they have. Ooh, GG. Getting taken right on down as eFlex sends in a beautiful nade. Looking to pick up that confirmation as well. Not finding it just yet. But we've got Lewis, Havlik, and of course, NNN7 getting traded on through as the barrage continues to come down on towards them. 1 million now going to be looking to come in with a beautiful rush. Will they be able to close it out though? So far, things have been looking pretty phenomenal for them. And with that, NNN7 goes right on down. Oh, but Lewis Oh, the snake. This is Snake Valley. Let's see whether or not Lewis will be able to get those angles. No! Black Loss spotting out the ankles and trying to chop it off right there at the Achilles. But now, Havlik, the final remaining player for the side of YONKOUS, is going to be trying to keep a very watchful eye on Zero Tolerance. Meanwhile, G3 packing their bags, heading back into the lobby. We are down to only 9 remaining teams now.
Yeah, the awareness of your surroundings is going to be absolutely crucial here, because we can see shoulder to shoulder these teams find themselves getting into that zone. And I mean, who do they have to go through to get into zone? It's the entirety of Lusail just sitting pretty and waiting with Myth, well, at least the solo from Myth. Now Slime 4KT maybe taking a little bit of a swim approach into the zone. Of course, Watson is going to spot out just the hairlines there of Slime 4KT, who are trying to find Intruders. Zero Tolerance now being confirmed. We're down to top 8 as these teams are trying to make their rotation somehow, some way. Umbra still find themselves in this, as well as Monsters Esports. 1 million now pulling on in, as well as Slime 4KT looking for a little bit of action here, in all honesty.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And
Okay.
they find quite a bit of that. It's like a hot plate. It just does not stop. Of course, Farouk there for the side of Myth. He's going to be putting up quite the fight. Lusail now starting to focus their efforts on towards Umbra, as we can see Umbra trying to rotate up from that southern side of the zone. Now just centering up even more so on Painan. The players there from Masters Esports are going to be looking to push in from the more southern edge of the zone. But up ahead, they will face several challenges. One of them named 1 million, as Dexter just hammers on through, picking up knock after knock. And now it is down to Bamboo to hold it on. Ooh, never mind. Down goes Bamboo. It is done. And with that, Masters Esports now also make their way back up in it towards the lobby. Now, final 6 teams. We got 2 solos left. We got the players there from Intruder down to a duo, which is going to be Raouf and Hemo, moving in from that eastern side of the zone. But Lusail having a very controlling position here, but it's not locked in just yet, right? Because we got 1 million also rocking up with a full squad. We got Slime 4KT also pitching up with a full squad. So it is going to be still quite a bit of a fight if either of these teams are looking to close it off and grab that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, the 1-3 split coming through here from Lusail, trying to hold the line. Watson going to be the lone wolf, but speaking of lone wolf, all of a sudden Raouf is going to be finding themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place here. 1 million now going to be tossing a couple of nades. Raouf, you better leave, my friend. Knight just around the corner is going to spot the foot and say hello. How's it going? All the time being Raouf is staying alive. Oh, dodge and weave, not going to be the case. But here comes the third party Intruders, of course being confirmed. But that was a heavy engagement here for 1 million Esports, is of course now Lusail getting involved and giving them a little bit of that revenge. Slime 4KT looking for the remaining player here of Team Myth, and Farouk must be shaking in his boots.
Yeah, I don't think so, hey? I don't think so. Looking at what we've seen come from Farouk so far, I think Farouk has got this, right? He knows that there's players surrounding him. I mean, Slime 4KT now facing a little bit of a challenge of their own, as we see Watson sending a beautiful nade across, picking up that knock straight on towards Storm. But Blaza just trying to clear out the building. Smith now, he's like, you know, it's fine. I have time to inspect my weapon, make sure everything is ready before jumping into any fights. So I don't think Farouk is too phased at this particular time. But it is going to be quite difficult now for Lusail and the players there from 1 million, because it is a little bit of a city engagement, right? We have Havlik also now for the side there of YONKOUS trying to come in with that blue zone rest strat. But it's going to be crazy up in the zone itself, as we can see. Lusail, 1 million, Slime 4KT just inching their way closer and closer towards each other. And Lusail running into a few obstructions as they approach, because the mollies flying in there from the Slimers Plaza finds a beautiful placement in towards them. And Farouk still not being too faced. 1 million now also looking to contribute to the chaos we see unfolding up in towards Painan.
And right next to them, of course, it is Lusail who find a beautiful angle there on towards Plaza. Confirmation not quite there. But Slime 4KT, they've got quite a bit of management to deal with here, of course. They've got to deal with 1 million. They've got to deal with Lusail. and they have to deal with the solo here of Farouk if they want to take this winner chicken dinner. For the time being, of course, Zeus looking to just cook up a nice little nade there. Watson might be running straight into it, but for the time being, they survive. They're okay. 1 million now, feeling the brunt of the action as Storm comes on through with an absolutely massive amount of damage. Holding the line, 1 million, now down to 2 members remaining, and they're not in great positions.
Yeah, definitely not the greatest position to be in, but now Lusail also going to be trying to move on through. Down goes 1 million as Dexter gets spotted and traded off. Lusail also now trying to inch their way on forward. Oh, Farouk. That guy's turned invisible. It is, however, going to be a fight between Lusail and Slime 4KT. As you can see, it is now a 3v3 battle. Farouk just inching their way a little bit closer, trying to ride out the Blue Storm. The utilities getting sent off back and forth. Lusail now rushing straight on towards the Slime 4KT team. The shots getting traded off left, right, and center. Zeus super low, but down they go. Oh, the hits come in, and Lusail walk away with the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely beautiful play coming through there from them. And of course, that looks so great for them. You know, Lusail, they've been wanting to pick up their 4th chicken, and they now join the players there from Cryptics and Myths with sitting on well over 3 chicken dinners acquired.
I mean, picking up those $2,000, just adding to your Ketty there. Absolutely beautiful work here for Lusail. And again, points. They are making sure that they have a huge buffer going into the next Super Weekend. So, I mean, if they don't come through, then I don't think it matters, in all honesty. But let's see how many winner chicken dinners they can get this weekend, as they do have those confirmed spots. 1 map left now, and 1 more opportunity here today, other than tomorrow, for these teams to pick up points. And we're going back to Erangel. So I don't know if the teams haven't been able to, decide if they're going to really bring it today. Well, we're going to see what's going to happen to those overall rankings. But I think that was a fantastic performance overall from many of the teams. I mean, beautiful engagements, beautiful action, and the teams staying dynamic.
Yeah, and I mean, Farouk, in my opinion, they're definitely getting the hide-and-go-seek award being handed to them, because, I mean, Farouk just managing to stay out of trouble, that blue zone initially coming through, eventually coming through, and ensuring that Farouk also gets sent back in towards the lobby. But still, yes, I have to agree with you. A very impressive performance coming in across the board. And the teams really bring in some very satisfactory plays here. It was challenging. We did see the players there from Blackjack, of course, facing off against the players from Umbra, with Umbra just setting up those plays and ensuring that they can follow through, looking to get those squad wipes. But some tricky rotations coming in as well. But I do think for Lusail, it was quite comfortable moving in from that western side, right? They had that entirety of the western side for themselves for quite a big chunk of those zones. So they could just manage to move in. It's like, it's fine. You clean up the zone. We'll come in and, just take the winner chicken dinner. Exactly, right? And so I do think that was a beautiful strategy coming through there from the side of Lusail. And, you can't argue with those points. You can't argue with those chicken dinners.
No, exactly that. And we know Lusail's a team that really can manage that consistency. And I mean, they've been in that top 8 for a while now, not only with the first league week that we saw, which got them those points in the first place, but now carrying that through into Super Weekend. It's a beautiful performance overall.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you on that. And of course, speaking about beautiful performances, let's have a look at a few of the highlights from this past match. See you afterwards. So great to see the teams just playing some absolutely insane plays across the board. I mean, that was quite challenging. We saw really so many plays actually where the teams have been tested to their fullest, like looking to see whether or not they can really utilize the angles that they find themselves in, especially when we moved up in towards Painan. Just brutal to watch. But of course, speaking about watching, let's have a look and see what our match rankings look like after this past Sanhok.
I think we're going to see a couple of changes there on that overall rankings coming on through. We know Lusail, beautiful performance coming through from them with 24 points. They were having an absolute field day, and they picked up some great eliminations. Let's not take away from the fact that they had a beautiful peaceful rotation, but they picked up those points. Now, Slime4KT following in suit with 18 points, and Team Myth picking up those 16. Again, YONKOUS, thanks to the healer strats, finding themselves a nice little 13-pointer. And 1 Million Esports, wow, really staying active, picking up the second most eliminations.
Yeah, that is still some very impressive things to see. I mean, yeah, a great consistency coming in once again. I mean, INTRUDER also coming in with their 8 points, right? Four elimination points, 4 placement points. Great consistency to see there. But also, we've got the players here from Zero Tolerance stepping up, bringing in those 5 eliminations. That is still some very hard-hitting plays we saw. And, you know, this is where I get excited to see what that second page then has for us, because it looks to be quite top-heavy with the amount of eliminations we saw coming through. And yes, over on towards the second page, we still see the players here from Umbra coming in with their 4 eliminations and 5 points in the same, heading straight over on towards the players from Virtual Gaming. And I'm liking how the dynamics change every time we step over in towards Sanhok.
Yeah, no, I do. And again, shout out to Virtual Gaming. You won your rematch against Super Young Stars, so whoop! You did it. Now, going on through to the overall rankings, of course, we know there's been potentially a little bit of a change. I do think we're going to look at Lusail Esports breaking in that 200-pointer.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love it, right? It is so great to see even more teams now joining the 200s club. And of course, you know, Cryptics, they've already started the 300 club, but it's fine. You know, Team Myth not too far behind them, but the rest of the lobby of the teams, rather, sitting on this first page, also putting in some strong efforts. We can see Team Unique, Slime4KT, as well as 1 Million Esports. Not too far behind where Team Umbra currently finds themselves, but still, we'd love to see that winner chicken dinner come in for the side of Umbra. Who knows? Maybe Erangel could be the map in which we see that happen for them. And then, of course, the second page also still very much neck in neck. Zero Tolerance, we got Blackjack, Darkness. It's still, you know, so it's such a contentious position for them to be in.
Absolutely. And again, what's happening there towards the bottom? Triple Esports and INTRUDER are currently 4 points apart.
Mm-hmm.
We're only on the second day. Again, we still have one more map. Virtual Gaming, not far behind. I mean, they need like a good game just to pick up like maybe 10, maybe 11 points, and they could find themselves there on the top 16 slots. So, Triple Esports, they might be looking and being like, why? Why are you doing this to us?
I mean, it's interesting either which way, because that now places a bit of pressure on the players there from Triple Esports to come in so much stronger during the next week of league play if they are looking to, you know, add on a few additional points to the points that they have currently over in towards the Super Weekend. The only way, as we know, they're going to be able to get there is from bringing in an absolutely strong performance over in the league play itself. But, you know, that's just unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles, right? And everything is unexpected. We have no guarantee of who we're going to be seeing coming in from which directions and heading over towards where. But of course, one thing that we do know is that we are giving and showing much love to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, that of course means that we are going to be moving into our final break of the day. Next up, as you said, it's going to be our final match of the day. That final showing over on towards Erangel, in which we see which team will be the final one to bring in that winner chicken dinner, and maybe even a little bit more of that tick tick boom action. Well, who knows? Join us after the break to find out what will happen on the battlefield. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. It is time for our final match of day 2. The teams have been popping off. They've just been going absolutely ham here today. And this only being the second day. And again, I mean, like we said before, this is setting the bar pretty high. It's setting the expectations even higher coming into our final 5 games, which we'll see happening all tomorrow. But, well, before we worry about too much rather about tomorrow, we've got to focus on this final match and see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. And as I do think we're in for quite an exciting ride. And of course, speaking about exciting things, we also have to give a big shout out there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now is final match. What are your predictions or your hopes coming into this last match?
My hopes are still going to be Team Umbra getting a winner chicken dinner.
Mm.
My predictions, on the other hand, won't be aligning with that for the time being. I feel like we've been seeing a few of the other teams really stepping it up. And I think, especially if I take a look at, the way that Cryptics have been playing, the way that G3 Temper have been playing, they're getting close to that point. Team Myth as well, getting huge points consistently. And consistently getting towards those final zones. So I'm teetering on the fact that we might be seeing a repeat winner coming through, picking up another winner chicken dinner. I don't like it, but I want someone new. But we'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I welcome the idea that I'm going to be wrong. Please.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, right? Because that's the only way that we are going to be finding out what the outcome of this final match will be. But of course, looking at the flight path, it is a relatively satisfactory flight path coming in, being close to center, so the teams having some pretty good access to get into all those preferred drop locations. But now we got to look to see if anyone else is potentially looking to maybe change things up coming into this final match, whether or not they are going to be sticking to their guns or maybe looking to take a few of the other people's guns. We'll have to wait. But of course, I'm also curious to see what our first initial zone is going to be bringing in here, because I do think that could be, well, it could really contribute to kind of the deciding factor as to which team has a heightened chance of performing exceptionally well here.
You said taking their guns. I mean, they can take their pans as well. We saw that that's an opportunity.
Oh, yes.
Here. We did see a pan flying on through. So maybe we can see another one. I would like to see another one. But yeah, so I mean, in terms of drop sites, we are seeing a few of those alternates coming on through. That zone pulling up right towards the northwestern side. So that was going to be a little bit fun to work with. I feel like we've been missing out on some northern zones here on towards Erangel. Definitely going to be a nice fun time here. I'm not seeing too crazy things happening for the time being. I do like that, again, or as per usual, I guess, YONKOUS and Umbra nice and close towards each other, and Georgia Pool, Cryptics, and Lusail territory here. Lazy Boy just falling on straight down, maybe getting a good purview of what's happening there for Lusail, so we'll see what's going to happen from that, but zone is going to come through. I do want to ask, do you think we're going to be seeing those 15 teams in that final zone again? We're going to have a little bit of repeats of that.
Hey, you know what? There's a possibility. Will it be a reality? Je ne sais pas. But yeah, there's a chance for that. Looking at the current positioning coming through from the teams and how they've been playing over on Sanhok, I don't think so. But we could both be completely wrong with our guesstimations here, because that's all we can make at this point. It's just pure guesstimations. But we definitely do see a few interesting positions, though, coming through. I mean, Zero Tolerance, a relatively split approach coming through from them. Unique with a split approach. We got Lusail also relatively split up. Darkness split up. G3 split up. It's like split is kind of the approach for this final match. One of the other teams that we don't really see splitting things up is Cryptics, right? They've decided to keep a little bit more of a condensed approach coming into at least this first phase. So who knows? Everyone is just looking to bring that extra bit of spice into the final match, and let's hope it works out for whoever wants it to work out for them.
Yeah, look, the rotations are still looking pretty stock standard. We do have at least Team Unique down with three members for the time being. So I mean, that's the only sort of changes we're seeing. The rest still the same. I mean, everyone finding the usual drop sites. Again, Masters right on top of military base. Super Young Stars busy taking that rotation there towards Quarry and Primorsk, so they're setting themselves up. Again, Virtual Gaming back in Lipovka, maybe getting a little bit of pressure there from Darkness, depending on how this rotation is going to go. And Gatka just empty. I mean, that southern side of the zone, really a good potential here. Even maybe that right northeastern side there towards Stolber. Nice little pathing that these teams can take in. Just please don't head straight east. No, please don't do it.
Straight east.
You know, from where you are into east, like into the zone.
Oh, right. Okay,
Like,
because I
don't
thought they
go,
were
like,
going west.
But
But either way, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
No,
It's
don't
fine.
go into the eastern side of the zone. Okay, well,
Oh, there we. Okay, all right. I'm with you. I'm with you. I get it. I get
like
it. I
leave
get
the
it.
east. You know,
yes.
it belongs to Slimefork AT. So just go away.
But I like. All right. So cool. At this point, like, if we're talking about rotations, right? I'd like to see like Virtual Gaming rotating up. I agree with you, up towards like Stolber, Kameshki. You know, using that kind of path to take the approach up in towards the zone, because aside from Slimefork AT being in the east and you're not wanting anyone else to rotate up in that direction, they also have Blackjack relatively close towards them, so they're gonna have to try and find that way to rotate in towards zone without bumping heads with any teams along the way. Particularly because, you know, they are only 12 points away from getting into the top 16. Only 12 points away, right? So they need a good game, at least for this last one. You know, we can be hopeful. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. But looking at the rest of the positions of the teams, I mean, it's looking pretty good, right? We got Super Young Stars all the way over in towards the Quarry Primorsk kind of position. Nothing out of the ordinary. We've got Intruder and Masters Esports on Sosnovka Island. Again, for this time around, their rotations off of the island could be quite satisfactory, quite comfortable, because none of those bridges are currently contested. There's no one looking to set up any potential positions towards that. But a little bit further up north, YONKOUS, they are now making a quick dash to get a position, I assume maybe towards the cube, right? That little compound right up alongside the bridge. And it does seem like that could be exactly where they're looking to center themselves up. Now, that position could be quite essential, particularly with the amount of teams still having to rotate up from the southern side, but also having to rotate in now from that eastern side. So teams like Lusail and Cryptics, for instance, they could get picked off. I don't think it's very likely, but, you know, there's a chance of that potentially happening.
Yeah, I do say I like the preempt sort of move coming through here from G3 Temper. Wow, English is hard today. They're taking a nice southern rotation. They might run right past, you know, Super Young Stars who are moving up from Quarry. But if G3 Temper can get away with this, they can have a very easy pathing into Gatka, finding themselves into the zone relatively uncontested for the time being, at least. So I hope that they're going to be able to bring that to fruition. And 1 Million Esports, one of the teams that has to take the furthest rotation all the way there from Malta, you know, Malta Power just between there. So a bit of a fun rotation for them. Virtual Gaming and Blackjack shoulder to shoulder right now, heading towards Stolber. So, ow, I'm not sure how that one's going to end up. But again, relatively, it's okay. It does look like an opportunity for teams to once again maybe just prolong their lives towards those final zones again. Maybe we're gonna have a little bit of something that I don't want to say because I don't want to cast curse it, but I do like the change of pace coming through on Erangel. It's not so crazy. It's not so Sanhok-esque.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's good to see changes, right? A change is good as a holiday. So we're just having a nice fat old holiday right here, while the teams are fighting for some points on the leaderboard. But yes, still also actually Zero Torrents taking up a good position in a compound that is smack dab center zone, but also it is at times quite a sought after position to be holding, particularly in a zone like the current one that they find themselves in. And now I'm liking this approach coming through here from Umbra as well. They did see the players there from Virtual Gaming rotating up towards that more Saverni direction. You see them spotting them out. But also, like Virtual Gaming, not full sending up in towards Saverni, instead looking to find a bit of an opening, maybe looking to pull towards that shooting range position.
I do like that. I mean, especially for Umbra, they don't have their full team together just for the time being. You see Morteza still there towards school, so not getting involved, not making a huge engagement just for the time being. 1 million intruders and masters alongside Super Young Stars still having to get themselves into the zone. A little bit of a longer rotation there, especially for intruders who took that, they took a fun time towards that eastern bridge, and now they're just following 1 million for some reason. But we'll see how that's going to end up. Again, that zone shifting a little bit more towards that southern part, and again, zero tolerance. They still have that compound. They still have a great position.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, we do see quite a bit of congestion now coming in over on towards the southwestern side, but also over on towards that eastern side with Umbra and the players here from Blackjack Virtual Gaming just up behind them over towards the west. So the pressure is going to be high for the time being, but now we look to see what Shadowin is going to be able to do from the current angle they find themselves in, because this warehouse also usually a position that teams like to fight over, particularly looking at its positioning within this current phase. But now those rotations continue to pull on through. So not only do we have the engagement happening here between Umbra and Blackjack, but several more to come towards the players there from Zero Tolerance. So we see G3 moving in. We've got YONKOUS now rotating away. We got Myth also looking to join up on towards the northern section of zone. Things are really looking tough here.
Oh, but it's unfolding very similar to what we saw in that second Erangel. Now, though, YONKOUS may be finding a bit of something. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be success, because we've seen how they've been starting these engagements today, and once again, they find themselves at the unfortunate mercy here of the third parties coming on through, because Zero Tolerance getting involved, finding NNN7, and all of a sudden, now the rotations really have to be made here. YONKOUS have been having some tough engagements today, so I would love to see them closing this one out on a positive note.
I have to agree with you on that, and you know, definitely those rotations leaving a little bit more to hope for, but at least they are still managing to hold on, right? They haven't been sent back just yet. Yes, they've had a few knocks come in their direction, but they've been able to bounce back from that relatively quickly. Meanwhile, a little bit further down south, we do see the players here from Myth just inching their way on through. We've got Darkness also positioned just up ahead of them. And Zero Tolerance also just going to try and maybe just hammer a few blows on in. But Cryptics now rotating all the way up towards that far northern side, above the players there from Unique. Wow, there's definitely some changes coming on through. And I'm curious to see also what the players here from Darkness are going to be doing. You see the hits continuing to come through over in the feed, with that re-knock getting sent over on towards GG next, and of course NNN7. But maybe they should look to reposition.
Yeah, look, I kind of do want all of the teams to survive towards, the absolute dead last minutes. So please disengage. Please stay alive. I'd like to see this coming to fruition. But of course, now teams finding themselves a little bit of a foothold into the zone. A few teams still having to finish off those small rotations. It's not huge ones. They can deal with it. And YONKOUS, they still have all of their teammates up. And Adam, just on towards the horizon, we do see Zero Tolerance still looking for potentially that engagement here. But that zone is going to be closing on up, and we're going to see who's going to get zone blessed today. And actually, YONKOUS, Zero Tolerance, Myth, Virtual Gaming. Oh, there's a beautiful opportunity for a handful of these teams now to just hold the line and wait for those rotations to come on through. I mean, this could be spicy.
It could be spicy, it could be fiery, it could be whatever fancy word you want to think of. Throw it in the mix. I'm pretty sure it will work to explain what we are about to see unfold on this map here. But it's interesting to see the players there from G3, Lusail, now rotating up on towards that western side. I mean, 1 million now ascending down upon the players here from Unique, as we can see those utilities getting sent off in both directions. We got smoke grenades out, we got mollies out, we got the frag grenades flying. It's everything all over the place, but essentially we need to see which team will be the one to make it out of this engagement, as Chills now is coming under a little bit of fire, and this is a very brave stand being made here by the side of Unique. As you said, they only came in with 3
Oh.
players, and now they've been reduced down to only 1 remaining hopeful.
Oh, no, 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 no. This is not what they would have wanted at all. But of course, Cryptics now getting involved, looking for 1 million esports instead of Unique. So that 1 remaining hopeful might be able to rotate on out, as we do see Lazy Boy just looking for Dexter, looking to give him a little bit of a close shave, maybe, you know, new haircuts in 2022. We love to see them. And 1 million. Now, I mean, even though they do have those eliminations, they don't want to go out here. Lelouch out in the open. Please be careful. Lazy Boy has got you dead to rights. And Cryptics, we know they're so good at picking up those eliminations. I shiver to think what they're planning for this one, but we'll see what these rotations are going to mean for them. Because again, in the middle of so many teams.
Well, it could be a little bit of a rush and awe approach. What was
You saw that too?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's just move on from that one, because that was not real. But now we can see what is reality. The players here from the Super Young Stars, meanwhile, actually positioned up atop the hillside, just trying to tap a few shots down towards the players there from Cryptics. But still, they're just looking heavily congested for the majority of this map. We've got the players from Lusail and G3 also about to fight it out over on towards this western side. But now Lusail do find themselves on the high ground, and a little bit of a repositioning coming through here from the side of G3. Right now, just looking to regroup back up in towards the compound so they can utilize that hard cover to potentially find these angles over on towards Lusail. But they can't spend too much time here, because we know that blue zone is closing on up, and it is about to pop into some other relatively surprising direction.
What I do love is to see Zero Tolerance and Intruders once again still finding themselves center zone, looking pretty good in terms of the setup they have to work with here. But of course, in the trenches we go, and you've got YONKOUS and Blackjack Esports who have just found each other and are looking to get a little bit of something started here. We need some of those eliminations to start hitting the feed. Otherwise, we're going to have absolute chaos as that zone hits south for the time being.
Yeah, I said the zone was going to make an interesting shift, and it delivered a relatively aggressive shift down towards that southern side. We can see several teams now trying to rush into positions, but of course YONKOUS still going to be looking to apply the pressure on towards Blackjack. You can see Havlik and NNN7 frantically trying to access the health bars there of Blackjack, but fortunately for Blackjack, they are not able to accomplish that mission just yet, rather resulting to their weapons. But they got to keep a watchful eye on that zone. They are still quite some distance away, and they can't get too distracted with the engagement up here. I mean, we know that Blackjack do have a few vehicles positioned over on towards their side, but I don't know what the situation is currently for YONKOUS.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one now. Blackjack forcing themselves, unfortunately, into a little bit of a difficult situation here. Zane does have a little bit of information you have. Like, down to the ground we go, and down to a knock state we do go indeed. Team Unique as well. Getting confirmed out as Lewis tries to hold the line here. Gets a beautiful knock there, but how? Oh, Lelouch is right behind you. Turning it around, and actually, wow, okay, Blackjack Esports go out. YONKOUS down to 2 members remaining. Having to make a little bit of a hefty rotation there in the zone into safety, hopefully. But again, the angle that they have to work with here is not going to be comfortable. And again, so many teams now lighting up the feeds. We can see a lot of contention there towards Intruders. Oh, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and so many teams rolling up to zone with still a full squad intact. As you can see, 1 million here down to 2. They've already been able to find those 3 eliminations, but they're also just holding on to the verge of the zone, just the very edge of it. Of course, now Virtual Gaming are going to be pushing straight on forward. Things are looking pretty packed, especially looking towards that more southern side of the zone. But up north, the pressure is starting to alleviate, right? Because we're seeing a lot of those rotations heading elsewhere in towards the zone. And what I was talking about was right over here towards the side of Lusail. We got YONKOUS just over towards their western side. We got Myth's position down towards the south, as well as the eastern side. And then, of course, we got Super Young Stars and G3 just holding up on the edge of the waterline. But now, Lusail looking to make a bit of a play here for the bridge. YONKOUS, of course, now just trying to pull a little bit more of an aquatic approach. Cryptics also just come yeeting themselves down in towards the water, and this could be quite a bit of a turning point here for a lot of these teams.
Oh, especially Lusail, who have a beautiful piece of information that, oh, hey, look, there's some weird-looking fish in the water. I don't know. We should check that out. Wanted, going to be the first to throw a couple of shots, see if they can connect for the time being. But it's not just YONKOUS that's here. As you said, it's Cryptics as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a tough situation that these teams find themselves in. And again, so many teams here towards this zone, taking themselves a little bit of an opportunity here to just show us absolutely how rotations matter so much. But look at this now. We do have quite a bit of space there towards that northern side, and Myth being zone blessed now, they have an opportunity to hold the line here towards the ridge line. It's just the angles, the cover that they have to work with, it's impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a challenge for them to make any potential plays from there. They're really going to be put to the test, but also now 1 million being put to the test there as eFlex gets absolutely bombarded and wasted by Umbra. Now, Master Esports coming under fire as the players there from Virtual Gaming apply a little bit of pressure coming in from behind. Umbra now getting ready to rush their way on forward. The players there from Darkness holding their line on the edge of zone. Zeus trying to get the shot on towards Angelo. Angelo is so low. Down they go as Alpha Luigi steps on up to get the confirmation. Absolutely beautiful play. But now, will Virtual Gaming look to prioritize their positioning in towards the zone, or do they want to first deal with the players here from the side of Masters? Well, it seems like it's going to be Masters, and with that, the confirmations now just start lining on up as those hits come through. Masters Esports backing their bags, making their way right back in towards the lobby, and of course, down to our final 11 teams. PRC getting hit in that rotation. Wasted also coming under fire here as One Shot is trying to go tapping away at the side there of Umbra. But these risky rotations will continue to come on in as we do see a few of those confirmations making their way through. Wasted the last one left for Umbra. Also now just pushing up into the river. There's something in the water down there, Is.
There's something indeed. There's quite a lot of somethings. We got Slime 4KT, we got Super Young Stars, we also got Virtual Gaming now trying to join the fray, but they're gonna have to go through Darkness, who have themselves set up so beautifully, not before getting a little bit of that one-shot action from none other than One Shot, of course. Now, Darkness, they are on zone, they can recover, they can set themselves up, but we are dropping teams by the second. Down to 10 we go, and teams still looking for something to work with here. And again, the water might be the only option here.
Yeah, I can't really fault them for that rotation, but it is just so strange to see everyone just committing to that waterway. And of course now Virtual Gaming Zeus coming under fire there, as we can see several hits lining up in that direction. Lusail also now getting stopped in their tracks there as Cryptics swing on through. G3 not going to be making it any further in this phase, and with that it is down to only 8 teams. Zero Tolerance positioned up in towards that northwestern side. Darkness up in towards the northeast. Charla coming under fire there as Petrox is trying to find a few more shots. Super Young Stars just riding it out. Oh, beautiful hit as Farouk gets traded off at the hand there of Storm. And Slime Vogeti now looking to push up from that southern side of the zone. Took a little bit of a swing further up north, and this is a beautiful spanner in the works.
Let's just get into the water, shall we? Plaza says, yes, please, but no thank you to the nades that are being thrown at their faces here. Thanks to Petrox, who just has an idea that there's something in the water. Like you said, a different version of fishing that we're seeing here. But for the time being, Slime 4KT, they're holding the line. They have one little rock to deal with and to work with. But Umbra right along behind them. Wasted. Down you go. Petrox just being a thorn in the side of so many teams. We're down to 8. And no one's really in zone other than Myth.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit of a fun one to work with. But again, the cover, it's pretty much all in control of Myth. The rest, I mean, there's a hilltop, there's some trees you can work with, maybe even a rock or two. But it's an uncomfortable rotation, as we can see. Now, Darkness coming on through from the northern side, trying to get into the action here. And Slime 4KT still exploding. in the
Yeah,
water.
and of course, the players here from Virtual Gaming are going to be looking to find that opening. If they can't find it, they'll try to blaze their way on through. And with that, a beautiful one now coming straight on towards
Let's
Darkness.
go.
As we see a beautiful hit landing in from the side there of Farok. And look at that, Darkness getting dealt with. Down they go, right back to the lobby. And it is now Myth looking absolutely fantastic. Team Umbra, the next team to fall. Myth sitting on 9 eliminations, quickly looking to bring Farok back up into fighting form. But if Myth is able to hold on to the position that they currently find themselves in, they could be absolutely devastating for the rest of the lobby. Zero Tolerance still rocking 4 players. We can see them now looking to move in from that northern side. But Virtual Gaming, they're trying to find an approach in. Ideally, if they could apply some pressure onto Myth, that would be quite great for the rest of the lobby. But look at that moment, sends one out right in towards Alphalugi. I mean, Myth, they're not going to be giving up this position anytime soon. Yes, they are only 2 players, but they are fighting like they are 2 squads.
Absolutely. I mean, no team is having an option here to work with. So Alpha Lucci now down. And Virtual Gaming down to potentially 2 as the res does get popped through. So it's okay. We're up to 3. It will be alright. But how do you get into the action here? Myth standing in their way of getting into safety. And of course we know Slime Pork AT down towards the ridge line, down in the water line, trying to stay alive. Moment just peeking and prodding, looking for a little bit of an angle here to work with, as they know there's something sneaking in the grass. And you do have to keep in mind, Cryptics have been left to their own devices alongside Zero Tolerance.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be pretty dangerous. But now, look at those taps coming through. Oh, Cryptics finding the angle right on towards them. Petrox with a quick response coming in with the AWAM, sending it through. A beautiful retaliation. But now, Cryptics down to 1. Myth still holding strong, sitting on their 9 players. But now the barrage is starting to find its way right up towards them. Oh, look at one shot. Such a beautiful nade. But now, are they going to be able to find another? Zero Tolerance also now having a really, really strong position within that zone. As we can see Vortex coming through with a beautiful hit. Down goes Zeus as Carry Boy picks up the first hit. Is off to Storm. The final player left for Slime Pork AT. Not allowed coming in on that health bar. Down goes Lord. Down goes Skydo as Lazy Boy just steps on up, laying down some absolutely devastating sprays. One shot, bleeding out, trying to get even closer to the side there of Petrox. Hates now. Oh, it's going to come dealing some deadly damage. But now, Zero Tolerance not looking too great. Down to 2 Petrox, the final player for the side of Virtual Gaming. Slime still has Storm, but for how much longer will Storm survive? Wow! Puts the hit on into Lazy Boy. Down he goes. And with that, we are down to our final 3 teams. It is going to be the players from Zero Tolerance. It is going to be Virtual Gaming. And it is going to be Myth to fight it out. Petrox coming under fire, as we can see, but finds a beautiful hit right then and there. Zero Tolerance abruptly getting ended. And with that, Myth pick up the winner chicken dinner. That is their 6th chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. Absolutely runaway play coming through from Myth.
Wow, wow, wow. We said it. You know, that duo? It felt more like 2 squads coming on through, holding that ridge line, really making the positions work for them. But again, this is the beauty of those early rotations. This is the beauty of setting yourself up first. You just get to watch as the chaos unfolds around you and capitalize. And that's exactly what Myth did. Wow. I can't even fault them. That's just insane.
I'm sticking to my guns. I said before, Myth should change their name to Legend because they are just, they're going crazy, right? That has now been 6 winner chicken dinners, right? And based on the amount of points that they were able to bring in this match, I know it's going to be some ridiculous amount, but things might be changing up on the overall leaderboard. We don't know yet. We don't have any confirmation. That is just caster guesstimations. Please don't take my word for it. We'll find out once we see it officially on screen. Then we'll have more concrete evidence as to what the happenings are with that. But what an insane play that was coming through once again. But I got to say, though, right? Slime Pork AT, they looked so good in this match, right? Coming in from that southern side, holding that angle, just tapping away at so many teams positioned up ahead of them. It was every now and again that we saw Slime Pork AT's name also featuring up in towards that feed. But also then, the players there coming in from the side of Virtual Gaming, right? Still applying a lot of pressure coming on towards that eastern edge. I mean, what else can we say? It has been such a beautiful day of PUBG happening here. The teams continuously surprising us, continuously impressing us with the strategies and the positions that they are playing coming in through these games.
Again, I do want to give a shout out to Virtual Gaming. You know, yesterday it was Intruder, the first new team to step up and really take on the challenge. And today it was Virtual Gaming. I mean, they had a huge disparity of points to deal with, and they've just been dealing with it as absolute champions. Not yet finding that winner chicken dinner, but they really are getting closer and closer to kicking Triple Esports down to the last page. So again, amazing performance coming through for them, and they had a tough time getting in from that eastern side straight into not only Myth, but Cryptics was dealing with them as well. Sign4 KT was getting involved, Zero Tolerance was getting involved, and they survived somehow, some way.
It's beautiful, right? It's absolutely crazy. But of course, speaking about how beautiful it was, let's have a look at a few of the highlights from this past insane match. Just so many plays to choose from. I mean, I really honestly can't blame them. That was an absolutely chaotic game, but it was so beautiful to see. Of course, we know Myth picking up their 6th winner chicken dinner. So a lot of strong efforts being put forth by the teams here to rake in as many points as they can. And I honestly cannot wait to see what tomorrow will bring. But, well, let's hop over in towards our match rankings to see how many points these teams were able to acquire.
Yeah, as we know, Myth coming through with that winner chicken dinner, picking up 27 points. So yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see what that overall rankings is going to look like, because Cryptics also picked up 17. So I think if they didn't, we might have seen Myth maybe taking, you know, that leap ahead of Cryptics. I don't know. I don't do the math, thankfully. But Virtual Gaming picking up 19 points. That is going to be a conversation piece when we go over to those overall rankings, because I think that second page is going to have a little changes. They're going to have a couple of changes coming on through. Again, just a fantastic spread of points, as you can see, and Cryptics alongside Myth basically just looking to take a third of the lobby, saying, hey, thanks, cool, eliminations, ours.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely devastating plays coming through, but even teams like Team Umbra, Darkness, YONKOUS stole, picking up some really decent eliminations along the way. Of course, we did see the players there from Sign4 KT also picking up some really decent points. But then, as we make our way on towards the second page, we can see the players here from 1 Million Esports picking up 4 eliminations, and that is just doing some fantastic things for them with regards to those points, bringing in points consistently. Lusail also adding even more. Blackjack adding their 3 in there as well. But as we look a little bit further down, we see Team Unique and Intruder Africa not walking away with any points in this last match. Now, that is nothing too really concerning for the players there from Team Unique, but it is, however, a little bit more concerning for the players coming in from the side there of Intruder Africa. As we know, they are trying to push on to those overall rankings to ensure position in that top 16, at least at the end of this super weekend. And now it is time for our overall rankings. We were talking about a few changes coming through. Of course, Cryptics holding on to pole position, but Myth joining them now on 309 points with those 6 winner chicken dinners.
That is a little disgusting. I'm just going to say it out loud. Team Myth coming on through with a dominating performance. I mean, they started us off in that first super weekend, finding pole position. And even though Cryptics has now taken that from them, 6 winner chicken dinners? Hello? That's $3,000. Come on now. Absolutely beautiful work coming through from them. And we see that teetering off. I'm still waiting for Team Umbra. It's okay. We're trying our best. We're giving you our energy. We want to see that winner chicken coming through, but this first page is just looking absolutely disgusting. Even Lusail now finding that 200-pointer mark. Obviously, with the performance they've been putting through today, it's no surprise. And again, these teams are getting close.
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, like I'm 100% convinced tomorrow we're going to be welcoming so many more teams up into the 200-point into that 200-point group, because I mean GT Temple Lusail, we can see already within that, but the rest of the team's hot on their heels. And even as we look over on towards the second page, there's some more changes, right? Virtual Gaming now ahead of the performance, or the amount of points rather, that the players there from Triple Esports have been able to secure in their first Super Weekend. So an absolutely great showing coming through for Virtual Gaming, and they still have one more day to go. So 5 more games to play, and a lot can change coming in from that. But a good position for the players there from Masters Esports, still keeping quite a distance ahead of Virtual Gaming. But looking at what we've been seeing coming in from Virtual Gaming and Intruder Africa today, Masters might have to think twice again tomorrow.
Yeah, look, Masters might be in a little bit of danger, but of course, we know Triple Esports was sitting on 78 total points. Intruder, only 4 points behind that. So, I mean, we've got a whole day of games tomorrow. Yeah, look, I do think they might be turning their attention to the next opponent on their list, and that will be Masters Esports, who might need to reset tomorrow. 5 more games that we have for the second Super Weekend, and then we're going to go back to League play, and then we're going to go back to potentially a different set of Super Weekend teams. So the pressure is definitely on.
Oh yes, there's going to be a lot of pressure, particularly on tomorrow's final 5 matches. So I'm expecting some pretty beautiful things to happen on that battlefield, but also some pretty devastating performances. You know, obviously meant in all the best ways that one can mean it when saying that. But I'm really honestly looking forward to the performances coming through tomorrow. I mean, today, so satisfying. The team's really just, you know, just dialing things up. I mean, Myth, like what? These guys are insane. 6 chickens, right? 6. Like that's half a dozen. If someone doesn't stop them, they're just gonna keep on raking in even more of those. So, but it's absolutely beautiful to see. We got teams sitting on 4 chickens. We got teams sitting on 3 chickens. It's insane, right? So, final day of play tomorrow is gonna be pretty crazy. But be sure to join us for all the insanity that is going to be unfolding tomorrow. But before we go anywhere, of course, one more shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, on that note, we are going to be ending it here for today. Hope you guys enjoyed today as much as we did, and we look so much forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow, if that even is English, but you understand what I'm trying to say. It's late. We all should go rest a little bit, but of course, we look forward to see you all back again tomorrow for even more insane PUBG Mobile action. Stay safe. See you later.